certainly the best.
Waiting they happen soon.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
Teachers must they. And they for Amaho Secondary School. And they for Igwebe local government for Amaho.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
And they for Amaho
Now waiting they
Secondary
happen.
School.
This one done too.
How are you?
I am proud to be part of your class today. I will be disciplined all right to excel.
Where's your teacher? Sit down. What's the name of this school? Secondary school. Which class is this? SS1. Where's your teacher? Office. Are you the only one here? What class is this? SS2. Where's your teacher?
In office.
Have they taught you people today?
No, sir.
SS2, what's your name?
Happiness.
Do you like the condition of your school?
No, sir.
Commissioner of Education need to hear this one. SS2, you're the only student here?
Yes, sir.
What do you want government to do for this your school?
I want it to be good, so that I need a more teacher, so that they can be teaching us.
You need more teachers.
Yes, sir.
What's the name of this school?
Amaho Secondary School in Duongo.
Igwebe local government.
Yes, sir.
You need more teachers.
Yes, sir.
So you're in SS,
2.
and you are the only student here
Yes, sir.
in this class. Let me say, I need to dey go different community secondary and primary school make I go dey check am because government has to. Hey, whoa. How are you? How is today? Which class is this? SS2. SS3. That is SS2. No teacher here? Huh? I say, if you see something, say something. Where are they so?
Amaho Secondary School.
How are you?
Fine, sir.
What's your name?
Amoriawo Ebe.
Do you like the condition of your school?
No, sir.
What do you want government to come and do for you people?
I wanted to employ more teachers.
You lack teachers?
Yes, sir.
Is it English teacher or math teacher or?
All the teachers.
And you are preparing for WAEC, Abi? What are you preparing?
WAEC.
Did they teach you now here?
Small, small.
Why you and your gang for this school remove all the ceiling? You and your squad. Why not remove all these things?
I'm not the one that remove it. We made it like.
You cannot say that. Were you not among the people that removed this thing?
No, sir.
This thing. So you want government to post more teachers here?
Yes, yes.
More teachers?
Yes, yes.
The way you think they say yes. Thank you, eh? Thank you. Wow. Can go the entire community to community to check their primary and secondary school. What's the name of this school? Amao Secondary School. What class is this?
GSS1.
GSS1. This is the only GSS1 class in this school. It's just all the students I'm seeing here now. What's your name?
Sadeba Mepeta.
Sadeba, man. What do you want government to do for this your school? You have teachers.
Yes.
They should give you more teachers.
Yes.
You need more teachers. What do you want?
I want government to help us to build this school, make much people come to this school.
You want more teachers?
Yes.
Have you received any lecture today? Any teacher? Time is almost after 12 now, abi? After 11. Time is to 11. Have you received any lesson today? Any lecture? They say they never receive any lecture. Tuesday, 10th March 2026. Yesterday. And today, another day. 11th of March. This is 10th. Business studies. Test. What is entrepreneurship? Define self-employment. What is a sole proprietorship? Mention two features of United. Can you answer any of the question there?
Yes.
The first question, what is entrepreneurship?
Entrepreneurship means by starting up a new business. Somebody that open up a new business.
Define self-employment.
Self-employment means one-man business. By opening your own business, only one person will have the business, like barbing salon, hairdressing, provision, other etc.
I will draw government attention to your school. Hey, whoa. Where is the teacher now? You are blessed. What class is this? JSS3. Hey, how are you? What's the name of this your school? Where's your principal? She didn't come today. What of the teacher?
Then the gardener.
Doing what?
Cutting bamboo.
They are in their farm?
Yes, yes.
But they are supposed to be in the class teaching you people now. Are they teaching you people today?
Yes.
They don't teach you now today?
Yes.
What did they teach you now? Look at the symbol. Look at the ball is blank. What are you doing? Okay, dictate. Huh? 6th of March, 10th of March. I want to see 11th of March 2026 in your book. So your teachers are in the farm, cutting bamboo. Ama on secondary school, ama on equal the local government. Hey, whoa! want to see levels of match. Where is it?
Wednesday.
Eh?
Wednesday.
How many subjects do you receive in a day? Is it only one teacher that is teaching you all? But your teacher is supposed to be here. Come and show me the road to the farm. I come to secondary school, I not see any teacher. Yeah. Hey, what? Teacher supposed to the classroom. I come Amaho Secondary School for Igwebe local government. I not see any teacher, I not see principal for school. Hey! Ministry of Education, Edo State government must hear this. I come one community, Amaho. I visit the primary school. I visit the secondary school. I don't see any teacher for the secondary school. I asked to see the way the teacher. See that they found the cut bamboo.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
Hello, what do you? You be teacher for that school? Okay, you be teacher for that school? Yes, sir. Commissioner of Education, everybody did that side though. What did they do for you? We are doing practical. Practical? Are you a teacher here too? Yes. But I come Hama or secondary school. I don't get your school compasses from JSS1 to SJSS. Nobody. You know, I enter your office. Nobody. I enter your classroom. They say you there say bush they cut bamboo.
Bros, easy. It's not even too long we left the classroom. We came to meet the students here where they are working. Oh, this one you carry ITV.
I got the surprise. Suppose they school. Can they are practical work they do so? Yeah. Can they are practical work? Hey, everybody move. Are you the principal?
No, I'm not the principal.
Where is the principal?
He just went out.
Time now after 11 now, okay, teacher. Okay. Time now after 11 now. Principal not the school compound. I go. Okay. I go. Hey, whoa. Hey.
This one come to bad. Oh, oh, this one gone too bad. Oh, oh.
I feel call this office. I don't see any of them. I don't spend time.
Sorry.
I don't go everywhere.
Sorry.
Listen, we are from the Confa. It's like Benin City.
Yeah, I don't see you.
I don't go different primary school and secondary school. I go see I don't see man. The school they empty. Everywhere.
I shall sit down now.
I'm not facing down. But everywhere go cha.
Everywhere
Where is
good,
your principal?
everywhere.
Where is the principal?
They want for training.
Okay, that training what they do for Irua.
Yes.
Okay, that's why she not the.
Yes.
That's why not the school.
Yes.
But now be teachers here.
Yes.
I don't teach any of the students today.
No, they are writing test.
So this week is test week.
Good test week.
Yes.
Oh, what to make me go see now for inside farm, inside bush.
They were doing their practical. Very soon now they will be opening their practicals. So they need to make preparation on ground, put things in place for their practicals.
Are you lack of teachers in this school?
Seriously? Yes.
Yeah, too hot.
Yes.
Inside the new employment where Edo State government employ, we not get anyone from Edo Star or community teacher where they employ, yeah?
No, we don't get. We don't get.
But we are those staff, but no community teacher. But we are no.
They don't give you permanent letter now, that day now.
Yes. 4 of us were there here since 2022.
As contract or community teacher?
Contract teachers, those are teachers. So of recent, they gave us permanent lectures. There was no other one added to it.
So, we are 4 teachers here, including the principal, what?
4 teachers with the inclusive 5.
For GSS1, GSS2, GSS3, SS1, SS2, and SS3.
SSCB, they have 3 teachers there. From SS1 to SS3. GS1 to GS3, we have 4 teachers.
Are you also teaching there?
No.
Nobody did there. No teacher did there. I don't check all the student notes. On the 10th of March 2026, 9 days. But however, keep it up, eh? So we need more teachers in Amao Secondary School. Yes, there's one girl, come. Where's one girl just now? Where is that girl? Come. Okay, where that teacher? Sit down. Okay, come. Yes. Come this side. Before I go now, you will give me your account details. Huh? Mm-hmm. You'll give this girl 5,000 naira.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I was surprised. The question on the board from number 1 to 3, you got it right. I ask you, who is a self?
What is define self-employment? Define self-employment.
Who is a self-employee?
Yes.
Who is self-employed person?
It means one-man business by only one person doing the business. That's what it means.
So I'm giving you 5,000 naira to support you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So what's your name again?
Christopher Purity.
How are you? Are you on break? Now, do you need more teachers in your school?
Yeah.
You need teacher?
Yeah.
What class are you?
Primary 5.
Primary 5. What class are you?
Primary 5.
Primary 4?
Primary 5.
So everybody is primary 5 here?
No.
Yes, primary 1. Primary 2, raise up your hand. Primary 3, raise up your hand. Primary 4, raise up your hand. Primary 5, raise up your hand. If you're happy to be here, shout amen. Amen. If you love your teacher, shout amen. Amen. What's the name of the school? What? I can't hear you. So, the government is watching us. What do you want in this your school?
Teacher.
Teacher?
Yes.
Teacher?
Yes.
And what?
More classes.
And more classes. However, now old bidding be this, they're getting new bidding. They're getting new bidding. You can see all those kind of new bidding, they're getting new bidding. So you said you need teachers. But the teachers that you have, are they teaching you well? Yes. Are they teaching you well?
Yes.
Who know how to play football here?
Me.
Who know how to dance here?
Me.
Okay.
Me.
Who wants to be a governor here?
Me. Everybody.
Who wants to be a local government chairman here?
Me.
Who wants to be a doctor here?
Me.
Who wants to be an engineer here?
Me.
Who wants to be a footballer here?
Me.
Who wants to be a bricklayer here?
Me.
Bricklayer. Who wants to be a farmer?
No.
Who wants to be a farmer?
No.
I got the primary school student farmer or say they don't want to be farmer or they want to be doctor, they want to be engineer, they want to be lawyer, they want to be everything. Bye bye, nice to see you, eh? So you say you need what? Teacher. You need what? Teacher. Thank you very much. And which compound, which school are this? So?
Egwari Primary School, Amaho.
And you are the headmistress?
Yes.
How is everything?
Fine, sir.
You know, say yeah, far from the city. Yes. But how is the student? Hope everybody is fine.
Yes,
I can say they did break now. They did break now.
Yes.
What about teachers? But
the teachers, they went on training.
Okay, on that
training, yes.
But what will be the challenge? I hear say your teachers here, there are too many now.
No. We don't have teachers here. We don't have teachers here. We have so many pupils, but we lack teachers. We merge classes together, like primary 5 and 6, only one teacher. Teaching one class. The other one will be lacking. In 3 and 4, only one teacher. ECCD 1 to 3, one teacher. That is how we are managing it.
But Edo State government employed some teachers. It not reach your school?
Edo State employ actually. It's only one Edo State that have been here before that they permanent.
So what you are lacking in Egwari Primary School?
Amaho. Yes, it's teacher. We need teacher. And people to be helping us to the community. People should help us. Somebody should help us talk to the that is the youth so that they can help us to clear the feed.
The children know if they clear the feed.
They can't. They are too small. They can't do it.
Thank you. Thank you for the time to talk to us.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy.
We have Idumodi Primary School, Bodeko Primary School, Egwari Primary School, and Ebase Primary School.
But I said that they clear the copper now.
Yes, that one a community effort.
How you doing? Love is small thing, I said make additional community.
Do well.
Who they clear now?
Na me organize them personally. So it get association when I did now we get that machine so I can carry and come. As if say never to grow, make a your user now. So as I do and I boys come meet me. And so all of them come join me. So even for we by finish, we go by again come. They run and since morning.
To make sure say
our pupils will day, our children will do well. So they will learn for conducive environment. Because now when we say they won't start now, all reptiles feel they come they attack.
But people they go to school, teachers they school.
Yeah, they day here since they are close, they say they don't the right test.
People go where they because I can't be calling talk say how are you to know they do they clear the primary school and this should secondary school. Grass don't take over.
This one now since morning we dey here since the runner.
Call this side. Okay. No, if we wait for government now.
No, we know we feed not the government will feed they do everything. So maybe we see they use our communal effort. See they do the one where we feed do for inside. So now I make on my own, I just come say, oh yeah, we carry out the do am.
What's your name?
My name is Honorable Harrison Owede.
I like what you do.
I agree with you, sir.
I be governor don't give you money, man. You take clear, yeah.
Governor never give me. Governor never give me money. So that be the thing. The only thing when I go see say make we beg our governor. A bus not just get school at all. The building don't finish. Idumodi since when fire raised their own down, they not get building at all. So now one health center now there for all of them go the jump pad for the land. So those two schools make governor beg make he answer us. the road you still pass and come just now.
Amaho Road.
So Amaho Road, you see how
I surprised your market not dey function.
No.
I asked them why. They say because no road to the market.
No road, because if you say make they come by, they go say road not dey to come by. So our people now need to harvest, carry comot, go Ebele before they will go sell. So even when Oshomole come that time, he promise us, say he go do the road, he not do. Obaseki come, he promise say he go do am, he not do. So now when he be say now our son, our Okpebo, now he come dey, we dey beg am, make he abeg. Make he wo.
Make he wo.
If you do this road now, go come out for Egwaholo. Come out for Ebele here, go come out for Wohimi. I believe say they go Biajana here, they will depart.
But you know, you said the governor they walk.
Well, but he never reach Igwebe. Igwebe local government has say he will never do anything for Igwebe. So now beg, now we dey beg am. If we get wetin we do, make it forgive us. Even this village now will not get marks. No MTN marks, no Glow marks. So
for network.
Now so we dey run up and down, go where network we go dey, go begin to receive call. So make una help us beg am. People when no say their hand feed dey all those things, make them help us. I beg.
Amaho Road.
Amaho Road.
On a primary and
secondary school. Primary school, yes.
Health center.
In short.
And network.
Network. Oh, God bless you. Now you remember me.
Honorable.
I agree to sir.
But election time when they vote for you.
Well. You see the sign now.
Now they vote for you.
You see the sign where we tell them.
Now they vote for you.
We dey run am.
Now they run am.
We dey run am. We must vote. You know, guy dey be because election now try your luck. It be like Baba Jebu. When you put 1, you put 7, you put 10, you go say you go win. If you can't do and finish, maybe 1 not let and win, 2 not let and win. That's what election be. So when you dey vote for your candidate, you go say this one if he come, our problem don't solve. But at the end when he went out there finish, wafuka. So we don't first see all those kind of things, but we dey beg our son now, make he beg, make he answer our prayer.
Amaho.
Amaho. Make he answer Amaho people prayer. We not get road. Some schools not just there at all, like Ibase, Idmodi, they not get building at all. So now waterside, I'm waterside. The road when go come out for Egwaholo, come out here, just go above him. In short, now shortcut. Instead of you to go past Ugyogba, pass that one, or you go past Agbo. You from here come out, you don't go. So make governor beg.
That's why I come up from the city now.
The village. Oh, God will bless you. For you to even come those interiors, come see say people there here that they live. Now God will bless you.
Thank you.
You do well.
Thank you.
You do well.
Honorable.
You are blessed.
Hope say you know what contest to.
Me? I feel still contest, not me.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we don't they go.
Una do well.
So now una just they do this thing.
We just do one. So now all those questions they do the ginger me. I don't try and do hard.
I go beg Amaho youths and elders, may they help government, the primary school and the secondary school where they their community, make them they help government they clear them. Because students, you know, I expect my primary school students call they clear here. I thank the people who they do this one now. I agree to. Now the head center be that.
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, I want to thank you very specially for staying with us on the program Icons on ITV. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. My guest today on the program is UK-based, and of course, it's been helping young people fulfill their potentials away from violence and some of the vagaries of life that usually inhibit the progress and development of young people. Isosa Hekoma, Big Sosa Hekoma is with us in the studio. Thank you for joining us. Now, you said a while ago that you are in school now, studying criminology and sociology. How has that experience been for you?
Obviously, at first, I'll definitely say it was very, very difficult because not being in education and then going back to education, it's easy for you to feel like, you know what's the point? But it's like, for me, one thing that's kept me going is that I'm not just doing it for myself, I'm doing it for all the young people looking at me, looking to me, looking at me as a role model and everything else. And especially being a public speaker and also being a voice for these young people, it's like everything I do in my life is basically make sure, I'll say to make sure that they know anything is possible. So it's like I have that burden too on top of everything else I'm doing when it comes to the educational aspect. But balancing work and also university, very, very difficult. Even in being in Nigeria, like literally yesterday, I spent at least 2-3 hours having to do my assignment and everything else, making sure that it always get done. So it's very hard balancing it. But like I said, the education and the degree is not just for me. It's also a sign to all young people that we can do it.
You have 2 daughters now.
Yeah.
Beautiful daughters. So what's the level? How would you describe the influence of being, because now you are a father, you're a student, and you're also a worker. How are you able to put all of this together, especially the family life, taking care of your kids?
I would definitely say, for me, it's a balance. It's like literally, I work hard. I always make sure I work hard, because at the end of the day, if you want to achieve something in life, you gotta work hard, 100%. So always make sure I work hard. Actually, you know what? The best one to use is Andrew Tate. So obviously, there's a influencer called Andrew Tate, and obviously because I'm studying sociology, I had to write about it. I had to write about what is the negative stereotypes when it comes to masculinity and everything else. And obviously, I focused it on Andrew Tate. And for me, it's like I'm able to use that same information into my public speaking. Because whatever I find on, let's say, the research I've wrote, I'm able to then implement that into my profession. So it's quite good because they come in hand, the lived and also learned experience. And I believe at the end of the day, because I have lived experience of a subject, it's good, but learned experience has put me on a different type of standard, different type of category. And that's the place I plan on being, is being involved in rooms that I'm able to make serious impact.
You've been away for about 20 years. You left at the age of 7. You left Nigeria for the UK at the age of 7. And now you're back after 20 years. Share with us what the feeling is like, and why was it impossible for you to connect home this period? I mean, I haven't gone through all that you went through, but at some point there was some level of stability. Is your dad still alive? Do you have somebody back home, maybe a mother, grandmother? I mean,
no, I would say that obviously, like my mom obviously tried to travel when I was 2. So, and that's when she disappeared. When I was 2, my father died at the age of when I was 15. So for me, it was like connections with my family. I didn't have any. So I didn't really know my family growing up like that. Maybe at some point I might speak to my grandma and everything else, but I didn't really know my family, and I didn't keep consistent. And also over there, I was trying to survive. Not getting killed every single day. So it was like,
that was less of your concern.
Like, at that moment of time, it's like to think, oh yeah, you know what, I might need to fly to Niger quickly, or am I able to fly to Nigeria? I was thinking, right, I need to survive today, survive tomorrow, survive next week. And then But also, I'll say later on as an adult, what also prevented me from coming earlier before my grandma passed away was that I didn't have my status in the country. So for me, if I was to leave the UK, I would not be able to go back to my kids. So it was like, I couldn't take that risk. I had to make sure that was sorted out first. And that was sorted out, thankfully, thanks to the UN, the start of this year. And after it was sorted at the start of this year, when I went to go speak at the United Nations, it was a fact where it was no-brainer I was going to come at the end of this year to go see my family. But also, I thought to myself, I'm not just going to take this opportunity just to go reconnect to a family. I'm also going to take this opportunity to find out more about myself, who I am. Because growing up, I've always felt like I had a hole in my chest because I didn't know who I was. I didn't know where I come from. I didn't know my tradition and everything else. Especially trying to fit in the UK, easy for you to lose your culture and everything else. And I lost a lot of that because I wasn't surrounded by my people. I wasn't surrounded by my family members. I was surrounded a lot by UK culture and the UK custom. So I got used to that. And now, coming home and being connected with my own culture and where I'm from is one of the most important things. And this whole week, I'll say that one, trying foods, two, trying, what do you call that, pure water and all of these type of things and all of that. Like, these are the whole things I'm trying, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, like, okay, it's okay. I can do with this. But at first it was very much like, oh no. Even coming there, like, and having my cousins and that, they laugh at me because I'm constantly putting mosquito creams on and that. Because I'm scared. I'm like, yo, like, is this a mosquito bite? Toby right now, like, I'm taking the tablets. Like, my cousins, they laugh at me because they think to myself, nah, you be UK boy. Literally. But it's like, I find it very much welcoming. Like being back home, getting in touch with my roots, understanding where my people, what my people have gone through, who they are. Like this whole week, I just remember sitting down and speaking to my team and just saying to my team, raw, like, Nigerians, young kids, they work hard.
Extremely hard.
They work hard. Imagine if they were given the opportunities that they deserve. If they were given these,
they'll fly. They'll fly. No
Nigerians will be problems, I swear. I swear. If they were given some serious opportunities, I swear, these kids will be a hazard to the world. And I'm not talking about it negatively, I'm talking positively. Like, they would make sure that this economy grows differently.
Okay. Let's talk about who when you look around from where you're coming from, where you are today, you certainly know where you're going. So who are those people that have inspired you, like role models? When you look up to them, you see their lifestyle, you see their life journey, you see their story that's really inspired you.
I would say for me, it sounds kind of crazy, but I would say Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, all of these people where for me, they were able to make change. Like, they were able to start a revolving door. And that's how I look at it. I look at it as something where it's like we're able to start a revolving door, able to, it's like if I don't end up making the changes that I want to make, at least I've opened the door for other people to make them changes.
Okay.
I'll say those are mainly my role models. But apart from that, I'm also learning obviously a bit more about Fela Kuti, his mum, the activism that they obviously how he used music as activism, how his mum was very standing up for women's rights and everything else. So I'm also learning about my own people, my own activists and my own culture, where I'm so prideful, I'm so proud of, like, literally, and I'm happy that I'm able to make them changes in the UK, but also now pushes me to think, okay, I can make them changes there. What can I do at home?
Interesting. I mean, when I first saw you today, I concluded that probably you're a rap artist, or maybe you're doing hip hop, or you're doing any of this stuff, the way you look. So this genre of music, which of them, really interests you the most?
Which what would you say?
Music.
That question?
Yes,
Music.
yeah.
What type of music?
Yeah.
Me, I'm a Benin boy, man. I like Charlie Poppy. I'm a Benin boy.
All right. I know you left pretty young at age 7. So then you could speak Pidgin.
Yeah.
Can you speak Pidgin now? Your sister Sabi speak Pidgin.
I'll say the most I probably know is how far now, how you did. Literally, even my grandma, and my grandma and my aunties and that, they try to teach me obviously Tutu, Yoruba, like Akaro, Ekaso, all of these type of things and that. So for me, it's like I'm learning.
Okay.
I'm learning.
So apart from how far now, how you did,
how your side,
okay, it's improving, it's getting better.
What do you call it? You know, I'm learning.
Okay,
I know a few things. I can understand. That's the main thing. Yeah, I can understand.
Okay, now back home, you've been interacting with people, right? So, what projects do you have, like a platform to engage young people, dissuade their mind from violent activity? I mean, if you've been following some of the happenings back home, there's been a lot of issues around cultism, gangsterism, and all of those stuff. So do you have maybe like a project or a platform to have that sort of engagement to dissuade their minds from stuff?
So for me right now, is basically, I feel like to make change, you got to understand the field and the economy you're dealing with. And that's where I believe this trip was very important for me. Because coming here at first was very much focused on trying to understand why people take that risk to travel illegally out of the country. And then obviously understanding that opportunities and everything else was one of the main things.
Okay.
It's a thing where, like, obviously I have a charity in the UK. So it's a thing where for me, I'm trying to then obviously see what opportunities I'm able to create over here for young people too. And I'll say it's creating work, creating, like, literally wanted to create like resorts and all of these type of things and opening more opportunities for young people in this country. But like I said, you've got to understand it to be able to think of a solution.
Yeah.
And that's what I feel like this trip has been for me, is understanding. I'm here for like a month. I'm here for a whole month. I'm not here for no 2 weeks or 1 week and then think, I'm going to leave. I'm here for the whole month. I'm here till January. And the reason I'm here till January is because I really want to understand everything. And I don't think even after that month I'm going to understand everything. I'm even sitting there with my team planning to come back next year.
Okay.
Like, I'm planning to come back a lot more so I can start implementing and be involved in making these changes back home.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, yes, I'm able to make changes in the UK. And I'm very happy I'm able to make changes in the UK. But I'm Nigerian. That's where I'm from.
Yeah.
This is where my people are. Like, if I'm not able to help and make changes with my own people, then really and truly, who am I? Like, that's one thing that's important for me. That's one thing I take pride in. Like, literally, I'm able to make changes in the UK and I'm happy. The influence and everything else, being involved in the government, being involved in the policy changing, being involved in researches, being involved in documentaries, and being the face of forced criminality in the UK, I'm happy about that. But then now I've moved over to then being a face of criminality when it comes into the United Nations.
Yeah.
I'm happy about that too. But I'm also Nigerian. I'm gonna have to come home. My kids are gonna have to come here.
Definitely.
Like, literally. So if I'm not able to make these changes over here and also help my people, lad, I don't really feel like I've done enough. So for me, it's the vision is more than the UK now, more than the United Nations. It's also making sure I'm able to create something here. Like, if it's a little something to start that change, then that's cool. But able to create that.
Okay, what's your advice for Nigerians in diaspora who had the opportunity to make impact, but a little bit reticent coming back home like you did? I spoke with someone today in Canada. He was saying, he heard that back home there are insecurity challenges, people are being kidnapped. You didn't hear those stories?
Of course I did.
Would I be comfortable to say that, maybe because of your past life journey, that really didn't bother you?
I wouldn't say it didn't bother me. I'd definitely say I'm coming into a new country, like this. I might have been born here. This is also new for me, though. Like, so 100%, security and safety is always the important thing for me. But I'm also very, I'll say, aware of my surroundings. I'm able to read rooms, and they're also able to be observant. So for me, although that these things do bother me and these things do worry me, but I also believe that if we had more opportunities over here and them opportunities were created over here, that it'll be less. So it's a thing where, like, I can't blame people for how they're living or what they're being forced to end up having to do. Okay. But what I can do is come from a non-judgmental perspective, come from an open-minded perspective to be able to understand what went wrong and how it can be fixed. So for me, yes, I'll say yes, I was scared. But two, I'm also aware of the fact that personally, I know how to read a room and I also know how to read threats. I've survived, I'll probably say 10, 11 years of people shooting at me, people trying to put holes in me. Like, so it's like for me, a month, I can do.
Interesting.
Like, literally, I can do the month.
All right, as we gradually conclude this interaction, how do you spend your time? You're not working, you're not schooling, what do you do for leisure?
I'll be real with you. There's a lot of people ask me this question of how do I, like, calm down. Yeah. There is no such thing as calming down if you want to achieve a goal or achieve a vision. Okay. Like, I'll say 24/7, we're constantly working. And that's just not, I believe if I can run a drug phone 24/7, I can run a business 24/7. And that's one advice I'll give every single young person. If you can run a criminal organization or be part of a criminal organization, then 100% you are a made entrepreneur, 1,000%. And that's one thing I encourage all young people that I work with in the UK. If you can run a phone, you can run the business. That's exactly what I end up doing. I use the exact same formula and the exact same, I'll say, structure of running a drug empire to create a business. That's exactly what I've done. And I believe anyone can do that.
I just like that parting shot. If you can run a drug empire, you can run a business. It's basically, you know, giving it the energy, that same energy that you had, and then of course you realize your potentials and fulfill your dreams. Big Sosa, it's been a pleasure talking with you. I'm sure there are lots of things to learn from the conversation so far with our guests here. Please don't fail to leave a comment on any of our social media platforms where you'll be watching this video. I would like to know what you think about this interaction. If you learned something, please share with us. We'll be glad to know. Thank you so much for coming on the program Icons on ITV. We wish you the very best.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's it on this week's edition of the program Icons. Hope you had a great time with us. Be sure to join us next week, same time on this channel. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Do have a beautiful week ahead. Bye for now.
ITV
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program. Memories on independent television every Sunday. Remember, for your events to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesuwa Osa Owagye, and today we're going to look at importance of wellness clinic. The importance of wellness clinic. Unfortunately, a lot of us take this for granted. We do not consider our health, and we do not give priority to wellness. So today I'm going to be talking to a rehab medicine expert. Is in the house with us this afternoon, and she's going to be educating us on quite a number of things that you and I should know to keep ourselves well and sane, because we live in a very, very insane society. So join me as I make welcome Dr. Elizabeth Okoruwa Okoji Ojugo, an expert in rehab medicine, aka Dr. O. Doctor, a pleasure to have you join us.
Thank you for having me.
I like that you're alias, aka Dr. O.
That is it.
Okay, it's a pleasure to have you join us today on the
Thank
program.
you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to be looking at wellness. Let me ask you this question. When it comes to wellness, what are we looking at? What constitutes a routine health check?
Well, wellness is where what is invoked now. It's everywhere. People, lack of awareness kind of bring you to a big jam where you end up with all these diseases.
Okay.
Health is wealth, and wellness is something that everyone should take very seriously, because it's good to be healthy, because there are so many diseases out there these days. So people don't know, they don't live in a good lifestyle. Okay. So you have to, when you think of wellness, you have to think of changing your lifestyle.
So let's look at a lifestyle. Now, what constitutes good lifestyle?
Okay. Good lifestyle consists of eating healthy, you are exercising regularly. I always tell my fans, movement is the key in anything you do. Okay. Once you start to move, you can never go wrong. If you start to move today, even if it's you're running or you're walking, if you love to dance, put a nice music and dance for 30 minutes, and make sure you work out three times a week. Even if it's for 30 minutes, you don't know how much you are saving your life. So that is number one. Another one is eating healthy food. I always tell people, being someone that is being recognized as a sick person, it's not that you cannot change your life. You cannot change from being sick. All you have to do is to change your lifestyle. Do you eat heavy food? Do you eat late? Do you eat, what kind of food you eat? What do you do when you eat? What you look at the food you eat? You know, it's healthy living is big these days, because people are not living healthy. People abuse food, they abuse alcohol, they abuse life. They don't sleep, they are all night partying, all night, stress, load of stress. So stress is a silent killer. It leads to high blood pressure, it leads to diabetes, it leads to everything. Your mental status has to be intact. You have to have a balanced life. Okay, your quality of life has to be balanced.
Okay, talking about quality of life and especially food, we live in a society where what we eat mostly is carbohydrate. You can wake up in the morning, you're taking bread. In the afternoon, you're taking maybe eba. In the night, you're eating pounded yam. It's all carbohydrates, all right? So how do we change from all of that? Because I know that food also contributes, according to you, to the kind of life you live.
Yes.
So how do we manage all of that to have a balanced diet, eat healthy, and be okay with the kind of food that we eat? Because you said we abuse food, and it is true.
Yes.
So how do we deviate from that? How do we change
What I started lecturing lately, you know, as someone that do talk about health, because I have a concept called Get Inspired.
Get
with
Inspired.
Dr. O concept. It came up a few years ago during COVID, where people
head talk.
Yes, where people not only head talk, it goes all around. Whereby you have the how, Dr. O have the formula for the how. That's I just got my channel TV right now from in Nigeria. I've been in America with all that talk, but now I'm bringing it home because I'm tired of hearing people are sick or diabetic. I went to the village, oh, this person cannot walk. I look at somebody, I can see their eyes, I can see that their kidneys already failing, and I'm able to see their facial presentation, their movements, the way they eat. It's just horrible. So I went to the governor's house in the village this last weekend, and as I was there, a lot of people were waiting for him. So I took advantage of that, because right now my main reason of coming to this country, right now that I've retired, to impact the world, impact my country, impact especially those states, so that people can be living well. Because as I was sitting with them, I can look at them and I say, oh, you're all waiting for the governor, right? They say, yes. I said, okay, my name is so, let me start to keep you busy. I said, how do you eat? When do you eat? Okay. What kind of food do you eat? Okay. Because my quote is always, I published a book 2014, which is going worldwide. So it's on Amazon, it's on everywhere you can find the book. It's God Will Not Let Her Fall. I talk a lot about that in there, whereas it's not what you eat that makes us to be sick. It's how you eat, when you eat, and what you do after you eat.
So tell us how and the when and what to do after eating now.
Thank you. So when you eat, do you eat in the morning, afternoon, and evening, maybe 8 p.m., 9 p.m. after you eat, you watch a little television, boom. Sometimes you even sleeping on the television after eating a
normal.
Then how you eat is a very, 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 what you eat, how you eat, what you do after you eat is, after you eat, what do you do? So this is my formula. This is the how. You bring it out to me as a how. Yeah. And I'm going to give you the formula for the how. Okay. You have to eat healthy. Eat healthy food. You have to balance your diet, okay? If you are that kind of person, you love to eat fufu, this, that. In Nigeria, you are so lucky. You are able to get fresh vegetables. Complement your carbohydrate with veggies, so that can help to suppress the carb. Do you know what happened to us? Do you know why people are diabetic? Do you know why people are sick? Because, in the morning, you eat breakfast, right? So the way the body is wired, the body will say, oh, here comes food, let me keep part of it. I want this to be the take-home message, and that will just be, that will cover your questions. Let me grab some of this food and keep. Then you eat again in the afternoon. Oh, another one is here. Let me still add some to that. Then in the evening again you eat. You say, oh, let me add more. As you start to go, this will now be affecting what we call the cortisol. The cortisol. That is where the fatness comes, when you start to see how people have a pot belly. Before you know, they start to have diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, or start to have all kinds of cardiac arrest, even leading to cancer. And these people are eating this food, they are not flushing their system. They're not drinking enough water. You're not drinking enough water. You eat, and the way the body is wired, we only need a little amount of food to survive. The body only take what they want. So now you are overeating, you are weighing down the body. You are overweighing down the body. People wake up, they say, oh, I can't walk. You see them, they're so heavy, stiff. Then if you really are the person that eat, what I recommend, okay, to have a well-healthy living lifestyle, because it's not too late to change.
Okay.
You want me to fix it, right?
Yeah, go ahead and fix it. That's why you're here.
Good. So, what I recommend right now is, if you're not hearing this before, for everyone hearing my voice, practice this. And when you practice what I'm about to say, and you go to your doctor the next visit, you're going to be talking doctor, oh, you're going to be looking for a way to hit on my platform, to get on my platform to see.
Okay, so let's go to Dr. Ora now. Time.
Okay.
Yeah.
What you do is, in the morning, learn to fast.
Okay.
Fast. Give your stomach a break. Give your system a break. You wake up in the morning. I always tell people now, if you are over 60, when you wake up in the morning, don't just jump.
So eating.
Because, not only eating, don't jump and get up, because you can fall. Okay. The problem about 1 killer of older age people is through fall. That's where they have injury, that's where they fall, they have other complications going on.
So when you wake up, you relax a bit.
You relax based on your bed.
Okay.
Make sure you feel your hands, feel your legs, you stretch, and just kind of like sit up nice and slow, sit at the edge of the bed and stretch your legs out, Say, okay, that's good. Then slowly, you sit down, you grab a bottle of water.
Okay, room temperature or cold
room
water?
Temperature.
Okay.
Water is the best medicine. If you fall in love with water, you are falling in love, you are having a good head.
Okay.
So you drink that water up straight. If you can't go straight, maybe at the beginning you might not be able to go the whole way. You do half, you can do 3 times. Drink 1. Drink 2. Drink 3. So then you relax. Then you walk around if you are not able to do the heavy duty exercises, just walk around your neighborhood, walk around the house, take some steps up and down. If you're the one that want to go to the farm, you go to the farm and do your manual labor.
Okay.
Then you now eat lunch.
Okay, so you skip breakfast.
Yes.
Then you do lunch.
Lunch.
At
If that is what you want to do, there are different ways. People might decide to eat breakfast, but they will skip lunch and they will eat dinner. So all I'm trying to tell you, the key thing is to eat twice a day, or even eat once a day. Okay. If you know you're already having health issues, everyone that is above 60 shouldn't be eating. What do you have business with eating 3 times a day?
Once a day.
Once more food a day.
Exactly
and that food should be eaten from 4 to 5. Eat before 6 o'clock. Eat before 6 p.m.
Okay.
Because you have to have allowance. Your brain, your belly, your system have to breathe. When you start to eat, you should give your stomach a break. The food that was stored in the morning, let's say you eat breakfast, the food that was stored in the morning, in the afternoon there's no food. You say, oh my God, no food. What can I do? Let me take from the storage. Then if you decide to not even eat dinner, you say you eat dinner a little bit. You don't eat like a whole bowl of eba. You eat a little bit. But you are hungry. So after 6 o'clock you're hungry, keep drinking water. Water can make you survive. To wait till the next morning. You understand what I'm saying? Then your stomach will not be, your body will not be like adjusting. Things will start to repair itself. Will start to repair itself. If you look at what is going on these days, a lot of young people are dying. Why are young people dying? A lot of cancer everywhere. Why are this happening? That's a topic of another day. But
so once we change lifestyle, things will go smoothly for us. And then when you imbibe the culture of taking water a lot.
Stop eating too much and keep drinking water. Eat a little bit, eat healthy. If you pass the age of 60, before you eat, put the food on your palm. See what you are eating. Don't just see food and be swallowing. There are certain food that are healthy that you can eat if you to avoid diabetes, to avoid high blood pressure, to avoid high cholesterol, to avoid stress, even stress management. Don't put your stress into food.
Okay, Dr. O, we're going to take a very short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the program Healthy Living. Just stay with us. pleasure to have you join us again on the program Healthy Living, and I've been talking with Dr. Elizabeth, popularly known as Dr. Own, and she's telling us quite a number of things that you and I should do to live healthy. So tell us, how do we manage stress with all of the problems bedeviling the nation?
Good. The first rule of thumb in managing stress, you have to learn to meditate.
Okay.
Learn to meditate. If you are a Christian, learn to have something that give you that mental clearance. Because if you keep putting debris into your mental state, you're going to be all blown out with stress. Stress can lead to weight gain. So what are you going to do? Are you going to keep eating to get stress? Don't let stress bring you to food, to the dining table to be eating. Then one, involve yourself with exercise. If you are involved in an exercise program, it will help you to get yourself, you'll be like a different person.
Do you have to go to the gym to exercise?
No.
Or you can exercise at home?
That's what I tell my patients. You don't have to go to the gym. The exercise is in your house. Okay. You have a gym in your house. I always ask my patients, do you have a wall in your house? They say yes. I say, okay, use the wall to your advantage. Then I will ask, do you have any floor? You say yes. Do you have a chair? They say yes. Do you have anything you can just put your hand and stretch or do? Everything is within you. Okay. If you cannot afford a gym, do you have a place you can walk? Do you have a school in your town, around your area? They go to that school and walk around, exercise, and drink a lot of water. Okay. Exercise is the key. And stress, exercise can really eliminate a lot of problems. It will reduce stress level, your stress level. Yes. It will reduce your obesity status. It will reduce your mental health, and it will also help you to build good relationship around you.
Okay, let's look at the issue of sleep. A lot of us suffer from sleeplessness. You know, so how do we manage all of the, and stress too contribute to what not being able to sleep. So how do we marry all of this together to be able to have a good night's sleep?
Okay, what I always tell people is learn to meditate. Okay?
During meditation.
Meditation is so good. Like me, I have a time to myself. As a Christian, you have to learn to spend a quiet moment with God. I don't want to go into deep. This is not the Christianity, then this is all medical. But it affects you, you know. Try to stay with positivities. Let anybody give you negative vibes, stay away from that person. Okay. And be positive and go to positive. If anybody that cannot compliment what you do right, don't go to that person.
That person at all.
Eat less. That will help to manage your stress. Eat less and do more fluid, drinking of water, room temperature water. You understand? And stay away from sugar. Sugar can make you go hyper. Like drinking all this, what do you call it? Not soda. You call it minerals. Okay. Then a lot of alcohol. Like I tell people, because I own a bar, I have the biggest bar in New Jersey, in the state of New Jersey. I have the biggest liquor license in the state of New Jersey. Okay. So what I tell people, even when I'm as a businesswoman, you know, the more they buy, the more I make money. But I don't do that. What I tell my workers, my managers, I say, what we do, as soon as they are giving you drinks, we have water to complement it. Okay. If you are drinking alcohol, have a glass of water to push it down. Because the body only understands the water system. Body was not created to be taking alcohol. Even when God created that, we didn't know nothing about alcohol. It's people just related things that will help to feel better, to relieve stress. People say, I go to the bar, I drink. I've seen everything in life. Okay. Whereby people drinking and all of that leads to all kinds of diseases, kidney problems, or liver, all kinds of everything start to shut down. So what I tell people is, if you start to exercise, and from tomorrow, you start to manage your stress, either by meditation, exercise program, you do yoga, you know, yoga, you do eating, you know, intermittent fasting, they call it. Like you have a window to eat and a window to fast. Then let's say you want to do, like me, I lost like about 130 pounds.
Wow.
I was heavy, yes. Then you can't blame me. I have 4 children in college, a single mother. I have to pay their tuition, no student loans. I have to work, run to practice. From there, I still go to the hospital to work extra job. Anytime there's a job that attack to money where I can grab it. If there's snow and I can't open my clinic and I have patients not able to see me, I put shovel in my truck, I go there, I shovel, I go there, I see the patient.
All right, Doctor, we're running out of time.
Movement is the key.
Yeah,
to all of this.
We're running out of time.
Yes.
So what's your patent statement on healthy living to those who are watching you now, before we call it a wrap on the show?
Okay. Well, my fellow Nigerians, or whoever is listening to me right now, anyone hearing my voice, from today, you can start today, eat everything you want today, but tomorrow when you wake up tomorrow morning, I want you to be a different person. I want you to start by drinking water, a lot of water, making sure you stretch and exercise, learn to walk around. Then stay away from people that are negative. They bring negative vibes. They bring their negativity to you. Then you see yourself. I always tell my patients, who you greet first in the morning will determine how your day will go. Wow. Stay away from stressful people. There are people that no matter what you do, they will never be happy. If I'm with you and I see that all I hear is negative, complaint, and I try to help you and you still complaining, I will leave you to God. I move to the next level. You understand? I refer you. I say, come, you belong to this program.
Yes.
And they do get better because there's a lot of things that really stress people out there, especially nowadays, you know. But all you hear is cancer, divorce, this, that. It's a lot of problems going on. Yes, yes.
All right, Dr. Elizabeth Okoluwa Okoje Ojugo, a.k.a. Dr. O. It's a pleasure to have talked to you on the program, and we appreciate you. I'm hoping that next time we'll do more of this, okay?
Of course.
And I think coming to woman will do some women a lot of good, because you've got so many positive vibes. I would like you to share with women.
Of course.
All right.
That's what I'm here for. I'm doing my body. This is all my humanitarian job.
We're going to have you on Woman to Woman so that you share some of those positive vibes with us. So that, all right, people, you've heard from Dr. O. Drink water, do exercise. You don't have to go to a gym. The wall in your house, the floor in your house, the chair in your house are just enough for you to exercise. And don't forget intermittent fasting. It will also help you. We'll see you again on Healthy Living next week. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program. Memories on independent television every Sunday. Remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV. ITV.
ITV, certainly the best.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship. Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, again we welcome you to Message of Islam reaching you from Independent Television. I'm your host Al-Aji Al-Amin Alao. Inshallah today we are looking at the topic after Ramadan, what next? After Ramadan, what next? Considering the fact that we have recently concluded the 30 days fast in the glorious month of Ramadan, 1447 AH, 1447 years after the hijrah of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which is the year 2026, going by the Gregorian calendar. Inshallah, I have with me in the studio this evening Al-Adi Professor Bunyamin Ayinde. Assalamu alaikum, welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Viewers at home, peace be unto you all.
Alhamdulillah. And we also have in the studio this evening Malam Nuruddin Asunogi. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum, viewers.
Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah. So inshallah we have undergone spiritual rejuvenation in the glorious month of Ramadan. Ramadan is over. We are now in the month of Shawwal, the 10th month in the Islamic calendar. So after Ramadan, what next? What are we expected to do now that we have resumed normal life? Are we free to go back to our evil ways? For example, we have those who are into consumption of intoxicants. We have some who are into adultery and fornication and the rest of it. Let me start with you, Professor Bunyamin Ayinde.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد. Of course, the period of Ramadan that we fasted for 30 days, we regard it as a period of training, a spiritual training, a spiritual journey to reinvigorate us towards the 11 months that we have before we come another Ramadan. Of course, as we all know that Almighty Allah has told us the essence of such spiritual exercise for us to achieve more of God's consciousness in our lives. And then it doesn't behove one to just say that I believe in Almighty Allah, I have this faith in Him, without being able to practicalize that in the society. Starting from yourself, the way you act, and the way you comport or conduct yourself as an individual in the house, and also in the society where you mix with quite a number of people, either in the office or where you work in the marketplace. Of course, when we look at the way we were before Ramadan, assuming someone who was a drug addict, a drunkard, who had been doing all that before Ramadan, and they decided to leave that within the period of Ramadan. The expectation is that having undergone such spiritual exercise, you're supposed not to go back again. Ditto for those that are fornicators, adulterers, the kind of vices that we probably were doing before we engaged in before Ramadan. After Ramadan, we're supposed not to go back to it, because Almighty Allah expects us to be better human beings, to be quality human beings after the spiritual exercise of 30 days.
Thank you very much. I'm coming to you straight away.
I'm Nuruddin Asunuge. Now, in Ramadan, we are told that Satan was changed so as not to be able to perpetrate some evil and make us engage in some sins. Now, Satan has been released. Is it justifiable for us to hide under that excuse to continue our evil ways? Let us focus particularly on those are the aims of our fears. Since independence, we have been having Muslims at aims of affairs and non-Muslims. And we observe that Ramadan teaches you to abstain from what is lawful for you so that you can train yourself to abstain from what is unlawful. But those of them at the aims of affairs, we observe that they are also involved in corruption, mismanagement of the public fund. While we have those who are not at the aims of affairs, we have some who are engaging in armed robbery, kidnapping, and the rest of it. After Ramadan, what next?
Well, thank you. What fasting was supposed to do for us in the month of Ramadan was to assist in crystallizing in us Allah's consciousness. That is not to say that we're supposed to be conscious of Him only in the month of Ramadan. Yes, it is true that in Ramadan, Iblis or Satan is shackled, is in manacles. That is not in dispute. But whether in shackles or not in shackles, what does Iblis do? He's a manipulator. He is adept at manipulating. And Iblis does not manipulate anyone except that individual is first manipulatable. That we need to get clear. Because in the 17th chapter of the Quran, when Iblis had practiced outright disobedience to Allah's command, when he was required to prostrate for Adam alayhi salatu wasalam, and was consequently cursed, he had threatened that he was going to ambush man, for whose sake he's been this mortified, for whose sake he's been banished from the glory he used to have. So there was a kind of conversation or a dialogue between him and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He said, yes, I'm going to recruit all of the agencies that are available to me, mobilize them to get man to be manipulated in a way that he begins to treat with barrenness what his obligation towards his maker is. And Allah said, yes, you will be able to do that, but there was a qualifier. Those who are ordinarily my servants, because those who would ordinarily have participated in Ramadan should be the servant of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Those who genuinely are, he said, they are not available for manipulation because they are not first susceptible to that. And so, in or outside Ramadan, again, you sometimes may go under the false assumption that the one who drinks and who commits whatever vices that we want to say Islam had forbidden, whether in or outside of Ramadan, that they do stay away. It may not be absolutely correct, because to stay away will mean not to long for it. Okay. I mean, if I want to steal, I have the proclivity to take what does not belong to me. I can only give a practical expression to that when the opportunity to do so is there. I drink and I want to take that which Allah says do not take. I will not be able to do that if I do not have access to it. So the issue, because before you begin to evaluate the individual as one who had maintained outright discipline, it will mean that there was the triple A: availability, accessibility, and affordability. And so when that is meeting, is not standing on that tripod, you can't give that judgment. And I think it is within that context that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala appropriates absolutely the fact that I am the judge. Because he alone can predicate the intention that drives the action of any individual. So those in government, who take what does not belong to them, only suffer a misfortune that is incapable of an explication. The reason is simple. If I were caught stealing, I suffer amputation. But if you occupy a position of leadership and you stole, no judgment for you. Yours is reserved for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to decide, because he alone knows. And so it is much better thing to lose one of my limbs or whatever and return to Allah in a state where I would get, I will be forgiven. So those who were not stealing, you thought were not stealing, during Ramadan, those in position of authority kept stealing. They didn't stop stealing.
Thank you very much. So Jesus said in Matthew 5 that it's better you lose one of your members than your whole body going to hell. I'm coming to you again, Professor Bunyamin Aide. Now, still on after Ramadan, what next? We have an exercise to do in this month of Shawwal. We want to remind the viewers we are still in the month of Shawwal. And if about those who could not complete the Ramadan fast, either because of sickness or journey, who are now at home or have recovered from sickness, then about the area of generosity. Ramadan is gone. Should we now be stingy and go back to close-fistedness? Or should we continue to be generous as we are encouraged in Ramadan?
Okay, starting from this very last one, the issue of generosity is not restricted, it's not limited to the period of Ramadan. It is something that we have to do, we have to continue to do at all times to everyone that requires that. Because it's part of what Almighty Allah taught us during the period of Ramadan. And outside Ramadan, it's one of the fundamental things that we must continue to exercise in our various lives. Most times, it may not be in form of cash, financial assistance that you render. Pieces of advice at the appropriate times to certain individuals who need that should be given to them in order to improve the quality of life that they live. So in a nutshell, generosity is a continuous thing that we must always be eager to do to everyone that needs that. Now, having said that, in this month of Shawwal, that is right from the day of Salah, which we call the first day of the month that follows Ramadan, the Prophet ﷺ encouraged us to fast 6 days in this month of Shawwal. And Malams have told us that instead of doing it continuously for 6 days, you can stagger it, maybe 2 days in a week, or 1 day off, 1 day on. But before you do that, particularly for those of us who missed part of our fasting on account of maybe sickness, on account of maybe the condition that we find ourselves, particularly those of us that are women, we first pay back the number of days that we missed in the month of Ramadan before we commence these 6 days of Shawwal. So once we have completed that, we can now embark on the 6 days, depending on the number of days that we have missed. If it is 2 days, 3 days, or 5 days, or 7 days, let's take care of that before you now venture into what is voluntary. Because in Islam, in whatever we want to do, we give preference to what is obligatory before you go to what is compulsory. Under this condition, what is obligatory is the number of fasts that you missed during the month of Ramadan. It has become a debt on you, which you must pay before you start thinking of anything that is supererogatory, under which the fasting, the 6 days fasting in the month of Shawwal comes into.
Thank you very much. Viewers, if you are just joining us, we are looking at the topic, after Ramadan, what next? After Ramadan, what next? I'm coming back to you again. You mentioned that staying away means not longing for it. Any vice at all. Maybe you are in Ramadan, and I say, oh, I have stopped consumption of intoxicants. Once Ramadan is over, I go back to it. Whatever sin, whatever vice you are into. Now, can we really say now that those who are doing that, who are fasting in Ramadan, keeping away from food and drink, but longing to return to sin after the Ramadan, can we actually say they have actually fasted? Because there's one prophet's tradition which I want you to quote. Throw more light on this for us. Someone who is fasting. Within fasting is discipline, but he's saying after Ramadan fast, I'll go back to my evil ways.
You see, it will be imperious for any one human being who is aspiring to Allah's Rahman, that is the mercy of Allah, to pontificate as to whose work is acceptable or not acceptable.
Yeah.
And I'm therefore not in a position to know what Allah would accept or not accept. But what is clear is that it gets contaminated. The two will not dwell in the same heart, in the same mind. That Allah says, do this so that my remembrance will fill your heart. A passage of the Quran in the 3rd chapter of the Quran, they refer to as Surah to Ali Imran. Allah talks about 3 stages which represent the stages that man operates in. Standing position, reclining, or sitting down. Allah says, they bring me into contemplation. In other words, nothing do they do that does not reflect a knowledge or an appreciation of what does Allah want about this. The mind is such that it is practically impossible for some of those taught not to sneak in, but they get suffocated immediately they come in. Wow. So I just say, I have never seen a lady outside the ones that I have married. I say, oh, I wish whatever. That will be parsimonious with the truth. But what you do is choke it. Because even the Prophet Islam, when he got titillated by whatever he saw in another, he went and got gratification in his legitimate wives. And so, but when it stays, and how do you now say it had stayed, is that you are calculating the number of days that are left so that you return. There is a strong urge, a strong predilection for you to return. It will mean that that thing was given a space to metastasize, and it fructified. It had spread. It occupied the space where the consciousness of Allah should have been. So that is where the challenge is. Some dirty thoughts, yes, they will come in. But once they come in, you choke them. And so they are gone. Each time they return, you choke them. So the land is not fertile for such weeds that are not prosperous or productive or useful to grow. That's the point that we're making.
Thank you very much. Before I'm coming to you again, Ramadan is over, then Tarawih is over. But how about Salat? The 5 times daily Salat. Then how about the Tahajjud? What is the real difference between the Tarawih, the Tahajjud, or the Qiyam al-Layl?
The Tarawih is part of the supererogatory prayers that we observe during the month of Ramadan.
Oh.
And it's usually done in congregation immediately after we have the last compulsory prayer for the day. That is Isha. And we do it maybe if you don't have any mosque around you, you do it with your family. Where you have mosque around you, you go to the mosque and do it with the Jama'ah. Equally, there are certain places where you have 4 or 5 families without a mosque. You can converge in someone's house to observe it. That is done collectively. For Tahajjud, it's the normal thing that we do. That we pray supererogatory prayer.
If you ask me, I don't know Tahajjud.
What we call Tahajjud is the prayer that you have after all your obligatory prayers for the day, and it's usually done after you have slept for a while and you wake up maybe as from 12 midnight till about 5, depending on the time that the sun will be, we call the Fajr, that is early in the morning, before it is time for the early morning prayer. So this one does not have the number of times or the number of rakats that you perform. It could be 2, it could be 4, it could be 6, it could be 8, depending on how your capacity is. And that is another thing that differentiates it from Tarawih. Tarawih is usually 10. In some places, some make it 8. And you do it in congregation. The Tahajjud, you do it individually. Even when you are within the vicinity of other Muslims, you do it within the 4 walls of your house. You don't need to go to another place to perform it. And you do that, as I said earlier on, before it is time for Salat Subuh. That is the early morning prayer.
Thank you very much. Here, we are looking at the topic after Ramadan, what next? You heard now that Salat continues, the 5 times daily prayers. And the midnight prayer, Tahajjud, is encouraged. Prophet says the best Salat after the 5 times daily compulsory prayers is the Tahajjud. And it becomes Qiyamul Layl. When you have gone to bed, you now wake up. That's getting up at night. After Ramadan, what next? Let's start giving the viewers advice on how to maintain the discipline in Ramadan after the glorious month of Ramadan.
Yeah, when you participate in Ramadan, like it had been said, is a training exercise. If you have a bag of rice, 50 kg rice, you may have up to 10,000 grains. You can't differentiate any from the other. What Ramadan does is to bring about differentiation, that you were extrapolated, so to speak, from the society. And when you return to the society, people notice that you are no longer like those you left in the society. When that differentiation does not occur, it will mean that everything that was done in Ramadan was an exercise in futility. The next 6 months or 5 months before you have another Ramadan, it will mean you will be in deep contemplation, wanting to, pleading with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that whatever connection that was generated in the course of Ramadan does not get fractured, and begging that He accepts what you have done, and hoping that He gives you another opportunity for you to experience yet another Ramadan. So when you get involved in all of these, there is the likelihood of you being able to salvage over 80% of whatever it was you gained before another Ramadan meets you. And if it doesn't meet you, with that, you are good to meet with your Lord.
Thank you very much. Prof, are there physical benefits of observing the fast? Tell us. And then for observing Sister Shawwal, what is the reward we are likely to get?
Of course, there are so many benefits of fasting in the month of Ramadan. Apart from the fact that you use it to follow the commandment of Almighty Allah, it's an expression of you observing one pillar in Islam. That is a pillar that is also compulsory for us to do, as long as we have the capacity or the capability to do so. Having said that, the Sita Shawwal, the 6 days fasting, the Prophet ﷺ emphasized it, that all the things that we did during the month of Ramadan, Almighty Allah will use this one to add to that. And He said that whoever fasts the 6 days is like someone that has fasted for the entire year without stopping. Almighty Allah will give such individual the reward of a servant of His that has fasted all through the year. And that is why it is very, very important we do it. As we said earlier on, it may not be done at a stretch. We can break it and then just make sure that before the Shawwal runs out, we do it as quickly as possible. Like today is the 15th of Shawwal. So we have 2 weeks more.
Alhamdulillah. Allah Yasunuge, Prophet recommended to Aisha that if you make that dua, Allahumma innaka afu tuhibul afwa fa'fu anni, in seeking the Qadri, Ramadan and forgiveness of sins.
Well, basically, when you gain Allah's consciousness, what follows as a natural corollary is the forgiveness of sin. Because when you enter into a relationship with Allah, He forgives your sin. And what the Prophet ﷺ was telling Aisha was to remind Allah, not because He forgets, that you love to forgive sin. I am taking advantage of this month to come before you to ask that you forgive me my sin. An individual who honestly does this, and Allah forgives the individual that sin, it will mean that there is now a relationship. He is donning himself or herself in the wrapper of immaculateness. And so that individual has a responsibility, because the only thing that contaminates that fabric that you're putting on is sin. And so you have been manumitted from the pit of sin. And so you don't have to necessarily return to it.
Thank you very much. Final word of advice, Prof.
Let's continue with the lessons that we learned in Ramadan. Let us be more devoted to the service of Almighty Allah for the benefit of humanity.
Viewers, it has been Message of Islam, the topic discussed. After Ramadan, what next? Continue to be God-fearing. Continue to remain God-conscious even after the month of Ramadan. Do not forget all the acts of ibadah that we normally do. Fasting in the month of Ramadan, going on Hajj. The reward, eventual reward you get is forgiveness of your sins, if it's properly done. And what does that mean? If your sins are forgiven, whenever you leave this transitory world, then that means you'll be admitted to paradise. We do not believe that anybody died for our sins. As Muslims, Muhammad did not die for our sins. So you have to ensure that you get Allah to forgive your sins while you're on earth. Because if your sins are not forgiven, then that means your sins may take you to the fire of hell. May Allah save us from that. May Allah accept our fasting in Ramadan fast and in the month of Ramadan. And may Allah keep us disciplined after Ramadan. Thanks for coming. Malam Nuruddin Astroge and Alhaji Professor Bunyamin. I remain your host, Alhaji Alamin Alao. Viewers, let us continue to be God conscious after the month of Ramadan and throughout. Salaam alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
These are people in masquerade dance known as Ogbangbada Masquerade, also referred to as Ike Masquerade, located in Akokwa, a town in Idiato North local government area of Imo State, Nigeria. The Ogbangbada Masquerade originated from the Igbo people of southeastern Nigeria, specially recognized as a traditional dance and cultural fixture in Idiato North local government area of Imo State. It is often referred to as Ibwebe by the local people. The dance is considered a deeply rooted ancient cultural dance in the old region of Imo State. The dance is energetic, fast and powerful as the drums are vibrant and the people add color to the display of the masquerade. The masquerade dance is accompanied with a large crowd of dancers and by specialized drums. The dance is handed down through lineage rather than formal training, as the dance is believed to be ingrained in the blood of the people. The masquerade dance is interesting and accepted by all as it creates fanfare in the community. It brings people from far and near to come witness the display of the Obangbada masquerade dance.
Thank you.
ITV, certainly the best.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
All right, beautiful people, it's another lovely episode of your favorite Men's Rendezvous on television, and it is none other than the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, broadcasting live from the City of Bronze. Yep, it is the city where the king is truly king. Now, for the first timers out there, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that encourages young people to prioritize their lives, put themselves first. You know, we live in a society where little or no attention is given to the needs of men. Why is that? Only God knows. But hey, if you don't put yourself first, who's going to put you first? So that's basically what this show exists for, okay? So we encourage young men, basically, you know, to prioritize themselves and prioritize their needs. It's only when they put themselves first and invest in themselves that they can have to give to others. Just like the adage says, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on this beautiful episode of the show. Now, like you already know, I'm never alone. I've got some amazing gentlemen in the house with me, and together we're going to be taking a look at a very interesting topic that we have to discuss tonight. Now, to my far left is a very amazing person. He is a social analyst, and of course, he's also an educationist. He goes by the name of Ramsey Waila Abu. Good to have you, Ramsey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry. And as usual, it is always a pleasure to be on the show.
Indeed.
And as good advocates of good things in society, or as satirists, the Guys Hangout Show has been a platform for us to correct some of the ills in society and as well expose its vices in order for it not to be repeated by the younger generations.
Absolutely. I mean, who's in a better position to, you know, bring some of these issues to the fore than the natural leaders of society? Yeah. You know, there are lots of responsibilities on men's shoulders. So we really can't afford not to live up to those expectations, right? All right, it's good to have you in the house.
Thank you.
Now, seated next to him is a friend and a colleague. Yeah, he took out time from his busy schedule to be with us today.
Of course.
Yes, of course. And he goes by the name of Michael. It's good to have you, Michael.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here again to, you know, showcase and show what the guys is all about, you know, to, anyway, this is a wonderful platform for us to actually discuss things that pertains boys, guys especially, you know, the good and the bad. We don't have to be biased, understand. Thank you very much for the privilege.
Thank you so much for coming. Now, gentlemen, we have a very interesting topic before us. We're taking a look at emotional intelligence, right? The need for people to learn to control their emotion. Now, if you take a look at a lot of young people today, you will discover that there seems to be a lack of emotional control. For example, when someone is very happy, they tend to do something crazy. They tend to do things that, you know, they later begin to regret. And then when they're also very angry, they go to the extreme. Right? Some of them do some very crazy things only for them to start regretting it later. Now, you will agree with me that there is need for emotional control. Why do you think a lot of young people don't seem to have that ability to control themselves when they are at the apogee, when they are at the height of their emotional you know, expressions?
Okay, let me say lack of emotional discipline. It's almost becoming a widespread thing in our society. Not almost becoming, it is. It is a cankerworm that is eating deep into the fabric of the society. Lack of emotional discipline among the youth today can be tied to a number of factors.
Okay.
But before going to this number of factors, I want us to dwell on I want us to give a working definition of lack of emotional discipline. To be able to discipline yourself first is one of the greatest things you could ever do in life. No, it's very easy for you to tell the next person you are not doing this, you are supposed to do this. But how about yourself? How about you? So that is what many of our youths don't have. Now when these emotions come, yeah, we know that emotions sometimes tend to take us off our natural state, at that state where our senses are complete. But that notwithstanding, there is still need for us to take control over our emotions, because the resultant effects of our emotional actions most times are very detrimental. You know, people tend to take permanent decisions in temporary settings because they couldn't just suppress their emotions. And as youth, yeah, we all know that the youthful age comes with its own youthful exuberance. There are that curiosity, that need for exploration and all that tend to make our emotions flare up, and some of us even we are not being controlled by our temporary emotions. Instead of sitting down to say, what will be the resultant effect of this particular thing. But what are some of the factors that are responsible for this lack of emotional discipline? One, peer pressure. My friends do it, I will also want to do it. It's almost becoming a new normal now that if you are, let me use your language, if you are the type that is rugged in quotes, so they seem to see you as a macho man, that man that is taking control over, that tough guy. So instead they want to also do so that people will call them tough guy. No one is thinking about the consequences. And these consequences most time are very, very detrimental, either in the long run or in the short time. So I think youth need to sit down and take total control of their emotions. If they are able to take total control of their emotions, it will save them a whole lot. Religiously, in terms of a relationship and all that. We'll get to that in the course of this discussion.
Absolutely, we will definitely get to that. Now, Michael, there is a story in the Bible of a king, I think Herod, who asked his wife's daughter to entertain him and his guests. Now, the lady performed so well that he was super impressed. He was impressed to the point where he, gave her a blank check, asked her to, name her price or ask for anything. And then we all know how that story went. The lady asked for the head of John the Baptist, and the rest they say is history. Now, that was at the height of the man's excitement, right? And that's a case in point, as far as this discourse is concerned. The fact that some men, particularly, we're actually looking at this as it affects us men, because a lot of things go wrong when a man loses his emotion. We're not trying to give exceptions for other people or other classes of society, women, and then imagine what happens when someone who's supposed to be at the helm of affairs loses control, like in the case of Herod. And we all, like I said, we all know how that story went.
Of course.
Why do you think some men lose it in the height of excitement?
All right, sometimes we let our emotions get the better part of us. And we need to do things that we're not supposed to do.
Okay.
Understand? So when a society whereby my colleague just said that this exuberance, cloud of memories, cloud of memories and everything, you get. So right now, when some persons are in a kind of state, it's better for you to calm down. All right, better for you to calm down and think. Some
will even recommend that you take a deep breath.
Of course, just take a deep breath. You understand? Sometimes if I can make should I say, salacious allusion, when some men are in this, what should I put it now? This ecstasy. They tend to make
rash decisions, and because of that ecstasy, something that they can't actually do. You get, so they just start making those promises because of the height, the peak, the apogee of that excitement in quotes. You get, so I think people should, most of the time they have to calm down when they're in situations, whether they are, we have some people that are belligerent. You get, so when they're in a particular situation, they should try to, keep calm. Just keep calm so that your emotions don't get the better part of you. You get, sometimes we got to do things that we later get to regret so much. In fact, you'll be like, am I the one that did this? I can't believe it. You get, these some persons that in television, they'll ask them, so how do you feel? They'll not be melancholic, like, well, I feel bad. That's because they are allowed, you get, so they allow their emotion to get
the better part of them. You get, so if some persons actually bring themselves to a check, like, this is how she respond in situation. For example, now, all right, some persons they're asking for donation. Some persons out of shyness or whatever, out of they want to impress, intimidation, they just begin to call. At the end of the day, now you're calling them, they're running away from,
like we say in our local parlance, when their eye clear.
Of course, when their eye clear in the local parlance, you understand. So sometimes when they're in different situations, you try to be classy. Not so fall into regret.
Now, there's a particular story I stumbled upon on social media of a guy that was just thinking aloud, right? Some of these guys will just come on social media and say certain things, like share their experiences and all. So dude was talking about an experience he had with his, with a lady, right? He said that he used to, every time he comes on social media and sees people talking about PS5, that he remembers a certain experience he had with a lady, how that he used to play PS5 a lot, and then at some point, a certain girl he was dating at the time got fed up with the fact that he was getting too addicted to the game. And then she came, seized the PS5 and then soaked it in water, right? And that was how he lost his PS5. And ever since, every time he hears people talking about PS5, that's experience just, comes rushing back into his mind. Now, this, to a very large extent, has affected lots of relationships, right? We have men who just tend to lose their emotion or lose their senses the moment they are angry, for example. Lots of cases of DV, domestic violence, are born out of this, lack of emotional discipline. You're angry, someone offended you. Now, just like Michael just said, one of the measures that people usually recommend whenever someone is angry is that they take a walk, right? Yeah. Take a walk away from the scene. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Now, that singular act by that lady was born out of a lack of emotional discipline. Now, how much damage do you think this could, do to society if it is not checked?
Definitely, it will increase the number of inmates we have in our prison. It will encourage more violence, as people will tend to learn from the wrong people. It will cause a lot of breakup. It will increase divorce. It will increase the rates of crime. When we're talking about emotions, it all starts from the mind. People should learn to put their mind in check. Well, before you act, definitely these things have been conceived on the mind. You tend to brood on it on the mind. You tend to ruminate on it on the mind. If you are able to keep those things, those negative things on your mind in check, it will not result to emotional outburst.
You're saying it all begins with meditation.
Meditation, premeditation. You see, some of these things that people do out of, I call it emotional outburst. They've conceived it on their mind for some time. Though some persons are short-tempered, but that notwithstanding, you still have to do with something of the mind. They ruminated on it on the mind before they will say, okay, let's take this action. So these things should be discouraged. If it is not discouraged, we'll have so many ladies who will later regret their actions in relationship. And going to the case you just cited, sir, concerning the young lady that decided to soak the PS5 of her boyfriend immerse it in water and all that, that's because she couldn't just keep her emotions in check. Now, this is the same lady that will sit down later and say she will regret that thing she have done. That was not her intention. Her intention was just to get the attention of the man. But now that she have done it, the man is scared. If a lady could do this, next time she might decide to go for the TV or the refrigerator or any other appliances they have in the house.
So the guy seems to be living with the trauma now.
The guy seems to be living with the trauma, and the lady also live with the trauma. She's traumatized. There are some ladies that cannot, there are some people that cannot keep their emotions in check. And after the action, they always regret it. So the guy, the lady, the emotional outburst is not okay for any of them. So what we need to tell our youth out there is they should learn to always take responsibility for their action, and they should learn to always keep their emotions in check. They should learn to always guide their hearts. Many things comes into the heart. It depends on how you ruminate on it before you give it out. The heart is like the processing unit. If you process it well and decide to say, okay, let this thing go, or I will report this to the authority, you do this yourself before in that thing. Not you try to just get everything at this before you want to attack. No, at the end, those are right to become wrong. So I think people should learn to discuss some of the things they intend to do
with themselves.
Before bringing it out.
Okay, now, Michael, while he was talking, he made reference to the need for accountability, and that's a should I call it a currency that seems to be lacking in recent time, in modern day, because a lot of persons would rather push the blame to someone else, the blame for their actions to someone else, and the blame game continues. It seems like a cycle. It's a never-ending phenomenon. Someone does something wrong, and instead of owning up and saying, oh yeah, I did this and this is why I did it and I'm sorry, they keep looking for somebody else to push the blame to, and then the person you're pushing the blame to also wants to push it to somebody else. Where does this lead us?
All right, there is this cliche which Nigerians always use, is the devil's work.
Okay.
All right, it's not the devil's work, it's imbued, it's in you. You need to be cultured, you need to be disciplined. Sometimes you don't have to let it out. There are sometimes you just need to calm down. You just need to calm down, and that thing you want to, there's this thing that, should I call it the super ego, is pushing you to say it. You don't have, sometimes hold it down. You don't have to let it go, because when it goes out, it causes damage. Sometimes we need to be, not sometimes, all the time, we need to be disciplined. like you rightfully said, see, these things they are inbuilt. If you want to, okay, let's assume we're in a particular place right now, all right, and some things are happening. I think the mind is one of the fastest system in the body.
Processors.
Yeah, one of the fastest processors you get. So you need to process some of the things you want to see. Is it going to affect this person? Is it going to affect me later? What's going to be the common pants for this thing if I let it go? So sometimes you just need to think, process everything, and before you see everything will be copacetic. You understand? So sometimes we just need to let things go.
Okay.
I myself now, some persons do complain about me some certain times. They'll say, why don't you get angry? Because I know what's going to happen if I get angry. I can't go to prison because of you. I can't spend the rest of my life because of you. So all I have this particular method. Either I keep quiet, or I start singing, or I leave. You get, so we just need to have
those are your personal measures.
Yeah. So I have this particular modus operandi. That's the way I operate it. So whether I start singing, maybe if you reach you, but I don't care. You get, so for peace to reign, you get, for peace to reign, I just need to be placid. Before you, everything will be cool.
All right, guys, in case you just joining us, it's still the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, and tonight we're taking a look at the need for emotional discipline. Now, emotional discipline seems to be lacking in our day because a lot of persons just allow themselves go when they are at the height of their emotional expression. There's absolutely nothing wrong in being yourself and expressing yourself, but it's very important that you learn to put a check on your emotion, else you do things that you will regret, either good or bad. Now, Ramsey, let's take a look at the attendance effect of these things, right? Now, while Michael was talking, he made reference to the fact that sometimes the effects of these things are long-term.
Yeah.
And so, for example, the things you say cannot be taken back.
Words are like eggs, and when broken, you can't retrieve them. And that is why you must mind your words, you must mind your actions. You must not throw stones at every dog that barks at you. A man that is focused will not always want to attend to distractions. Some of these things these people do, they are distractions. If you are on the moving bicycle, then there is no need to stop. Have you seen anybody that is sleeping on a bicycle?
Of course not.
No, if you want to get to your destination, you keep moving. Now, definitely the people will get on your nerves. People will want to say things that will distract you. But like I always told my students, you don't throw stones at every dog that barks at you. That is a way of keeping your emotions intact. Now, you see the effects of emotional outburst. Most times they outweighs the benefit of it. So if you check some of the things that you will do when you get angry, then you keep your anger in check. And let's not forget, anger is just a letter different from danger. If a man is very hungry, it will lead the man to a dangerous place that the man did not even expect. So with that, I expect everyone these days to say, I won't get angry. Instead, I will report to the authority, or I will do this later. You must sit here and start looking at the resultant effects of what this thing will be. A wise man once told me, he said, we know how fight starts, but we don't know how it ends. So if you know you don't know how a fight is going to end, then don't start the fight.
Start the fight, okay.
So it's time for us to sit down and say, this is not the time we allow emotions to get over us. Rather, this is the time for us to keep our emotions in check. And most times you find out that you will be very happy later if you are able to keep your emotions in check. Because when you see the resultant effect of most things that will occur when you are not keeping your emotions in check, you find out that it's so detrimental. It outweighs the positive aspect of it. So I think it's always good for us to control our emotions and don't allow our emotions to control us. Like I said before, when you see people that are taking permanent decisions in temporary situations, you know that they are not able to keep their emotions in check.
Now, there's a school of thought that it's better to express yourself than to allow your emotions to accumulate. Because when you allow that to happen, it will get to a certain point where, there will be an explosion. And once that explosion takes place, a lot of things go wrong. Do you share that opinion?
Yeah. All right. The thing now is that I think it's a stupendous idea. See, share your opinions, but let it be packaged in a way that will not affect the next person.
Okay.
See, let's assume someone upsets me, and it's been bothering me, causing through my veins, everything. So I want to let the person know there'll be a way. I have to take the person away from the public or from that place, so that person will not feel embarrassed. And I'll take the person to a particular place and start first See, you need to make the person feel calm first, compliment the person first, and then start making your own complaints.
Okay.
In that, using that modus operandi, it will make the person feel guilty. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. But if you come in a bellicose manner, just begin
in a hostile
just be shouting and everything, it deteriorates everything. So there should be a particular way, like I said, the packaging. Just call the person to a particular place. At least the person should be reasonable enough to know, okay, for you to even bring this thing to my table, I think let us solve it. You get, if the person keeps talking and make everything worse, you can tell the person, okay, I've said what I have to say, and well, to God, I've already done my part and done my level best, and you take off. So it doesn't just develop a particular pattern that will not make things worse.
Okay.
Rather make things, ameliorate things. Okay. You get, so it's just be the way you think.
All right, Ramsey, what you just said borders on manner of approach. Do you share that thought?
Yes, another angle to this particular issue is that there are some things that are better left unsaid.
Unsaid, okay.
Maybe instead of saying it and before you know it creates rancor, state of agibagi, chaos and all that. But then, what you say and how you say it are two different things. You can decide to say something bad in a very good manner, in a way that the person you are talking to will not even know this thing is as bad as that. So if you must express yourself in order not to add fuel to fire, you must learn to put words in order. When a child said, "Mommy, if you are my mother, you shouldn't have allowed Mama Nkechi to beat me like this. I never knew someone can beat me." The child is using words to manipulate his mother. Another person will say, "Okay, Mommy, this is what happened." Okay. So how you say it and what you are going to say matters a lot. But I think if you must express yourself, put all your skills and dexterity, your communicative skills to how you are going to put that message across. It will help settle the dust.
All right, thank you so much, Ramsey. Now, on the final note, because time is actually fast spent, what's your advice for people out there who always tend to think after they've acted? Right? There are people like that.
Of course.
Whereas the normal procedure is to think before acting. But there are people who only begin to think after they've done certain things. What's your advice for such people?
Yeah, some persons should develop this habit of packaging themselves to the extent that they don't have to regret their actions. Before you just blow off, think about what is this my outburst going to cause for me and for the person. What is going to be the end result? Okay. Just have to calm down sometimes. See, the mind is very, very delicate. It can traumatize you. After you've hurt someone with your words, it can come back like a boomerang. It can boomerang, come back to you. You may never sleep because of
what you've said.
You are thinking of.
So it's your conscience that's not helping you.
Yeah, of course. You just need to think like, okay, how will you feel somebody tells you this particular thing you're saying?
Shoes,
okay. So you just need to just calm down.
All right.
Most of the time now, I believe you think like, this what I say to this person, let me edit it.
Okay.
Like I just sent somebody a message.
Sometimes it's too late to even edit.
Of course, it's too late. You get. So sometimes you just throw my advice and be like, okay, I'm so sorry about that.
All right, thank you. Ramsey, you said something about, I know on the final note though, I know you already said something about discussing some of these things with yourself first. Yeah, so would that be your final word on this?
Yeah, everyone out there should learn to be in total control of their personality in all ramification.
Okay.
Don't throw stones at every dog that barks at you. Keep moving and be focused.
All right, gentlemen, I want to say a big thank you for taking our time to be with me on tonight's edition of the show. You guys made it a success, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I hope that the next time I call upon you, you will be able to oblige me.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Now, it's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, broadcasting live from the city of Bronx. And tonight we've been talking about the need for emotional discipline. Now, it's very, very important that you learn to control yourself. There is absolutely nothing wrong in expressing yourself. It's why you're human, right? But it's also very important that you learn to put a check on yourself, just so you don't do things that you'll regret. Nobody wants to regret their actions. It's never a good thing, okay? So it's very important that you learn to put your emotions in check. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, this is me saying stay out of trouble and enjoy the rest of your night. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, beautiful people, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for starters, Flipside is a unique show, a socio-cultural show that pinpoints certain issues in the society and seeks to dissect it and, of course, bring clarity to it. It airs every Wednesday on the station. My name is Harry Aigboje. And of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this lovely episode of the show. Now, today, we're having a very interesting conversation, something that has to do with our ivory tower, our higher institutions, a clarion call for reforms in the ivory tower. And most of the time when we hear the term ivory tower, a lot of things come to people's minds, okay? I really don't know what comes to your mind, but, you know, there's something that actually does come to my mind. But before we get right into the business of the day, let me introduce my guests on the show. I've got two erudite analysts with me. They are really not new faces. To my far left is someone who happens to be a public affairs analyst. And of course, he is also a clergyman. He goes by the name of Kingsley Ikeke. Welcome on board, sir.
It's good to be back.
It's good to see you again.
Thank you very much.
And of course, seated next to Mr. Kingsley Ikeke is my brother and my friend, a social impact commentator, the one and only Favor Sadzi. Welcome on board, bro.
Thank you once again.
It's good to see you. All right, so we're talking about the ivory tower. So, like I said in the opening, whenever you hear the term ivory tower, something does come to mind. Something comes to my mind, but I really don't know what comes to your mind. So, let's set the motion for this conversation. Mr. Kingsley, what comes to your mind when you hear the term ivory tower? Is it limited to the university, or, you know, it has to do with all the institutions or higher institutions of learning?
Okay, thank you very much. I think in our part of the world is synonymous with universities.
Okay.
Because there are some rare privileges that they enjoy. And when you mention such phrase, ivory tower, it's quickly associated with the regular universities. But I want to believe that for any place of higher learning, higher impact and higher level of reasoning, they could be assigned the same status as an ivory tower.
Okay.
Because it's talking about a higher level of intelligence and a higher level of
beyond the
reasoning.
secondary level.
Yeah, above the secondary level. So you can also inculcate institutions of research, polytechnics and whatnot. As long as at that level you are getting some level of professionalism, you can.
So what makes the difference is professionalism.
You know, in this part of the world, we've been so used to the university concept.
Okay.
And even when the government brought in the polytechnic concept and some other technical vocational concept, it has not really worked because they are always seen as second fiddle
to the university.
Yeah, and it has also impacted greatly in our advancement technical wise. We are still backward because when you talk about technical education or technological education, if you go to other part of the world, they are highly revered because that is where innovations are churned out from. That's where creativity, you know, that's where tech is really in display.
Okay.
Mostly what you get in the universities are people who will reason to design, or what we call maybe a design engineer, for instance. But when it comes to implementation, it is more, you know, there are some universities that are called Federal University of Technology.
Okay.
You are trying to create a division between the regular university where you go and study more of the theoretical stuff.
Theoretical part. Okay.
Then create another kind of universities where you do more of the technical stuff.
Practical
stuff. And you can always relate the federal technologies with the polytechnic. You see the word polytechnic means technology.
Okay.
And when you see Federal University of Tech, it means technology. When you say universities, is a general place and mostly for, you know, brain work, reasoning. When it comes to bringing those things to tangibility, it's another ball game altogether. You need those with technical know-how to bring whatever you have designed in your head. You can have a design even as a layman.
Okay.
But you need a technical man to bring your design into reality.
Okay.
That's where the technology comes in. University of Technology, Polytechnic.
Okay.
To bring those technical concepts in your mind into reality, not visual. Making them real.
Does that also entail, or should I say include, the colleges of technology?
There's colleges of education.
Okay.
Once you use the word tech, it means there's tech. That is the difference between both of them. That word tech shows there is engineering, there is science, there is not just verbal reasoning, there is implementation of what is reasoned. You are reasoning, but you cannot bring what you are reasoning to bear. So when you bring the word technology, now we have entered a whole new dimension. It's not about telling me what you know, it's doing what you are saying, beyond just saying it verbally, making it real, making it embraceable, not in the air.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kingsley. I think that was a very good way to kickstart the conversation. Now let me ask you, Favor, what are the reasons, or why do you think the cry for reforms in the higher institutions in the Ivory Tower has been at an all-time high lately? Because, you know, much of the conversations that we'll be having lately, you know, is the need to, should I say, step up Ivory Tower, you know, bring about the necessary reforms in our Ivory Tower. People have been saying that things are not the way they ought to be in our Ivory Tower. Now, what do you think is responsible for this outcry?
Yes, the reason is not far-fetched. For every investor, you expect to have returns for your investment. So investors here, as I want to consider it, will be both the students and the system itself. And the system has invested so much in trying to inculcate in students, young people, youths, and with the hope of this knowledge to bring back value for service. But in recent times, have we really gotten value? Have we really rather gotten the service that we expect from people who are churned out of these institutions yearly, year out? The big answer is no. And that's why you notice these days that look at a handful of graduates. They actually graduate with certifications that are not usable. They're not people with utility capacity. And if you look to do a survey or do an audit of these graduates that we see today, and ask 9 out of 10 to prepare a good resume, you might be disappointed on the result you get. Now, this is just a resume. I'm not saying call the industrial engineer or call the production engineer or call the electrical engineer, or let's use an electrical engineer.
But is that the fault of the products of the system or the system itself?
It's a fault of everybody.
So we all have a share of the blame.
We all have a share in the blame. Parents, the school, and the student. They're not leaving out the government. We are all intertwined in all of this problem. And look at it critically. Parents forcing children to go do what they are not interested in. That's a problem. School, when you apply for course A, they give you course D. And because pride would want to set in and say, let the child just do it, let it just do it and go after all, not be waiting.
But don't you think that's because, you know, some students or some candidates do not qualify or do not get what they actually deserved? Some of them, you know, do not qualify for what they, you know, asked for. For example, let's say while I'm sitting for JAM, I applied for medicine and I do not get medicine. Instead, I'm given maybe botany or anything of the sort. Don't you think that's a legit reason?
That could be a legit reason. But let me also ask another question. Nigeria is going for a competition and they do not qualify for first place. Have you ever seen a situation where they compensate them with second place?
That's a funny one though.
So you go back home and prepare for the next tournament, right? So but why don't we send them back home to prepare for the next?
So you're recommending that they send them home instead of giving them a second best?
That's the best thing to do, because see the effect of compensating them with another course of study. Now, say for example, botany, like you mentioned, has the capacity to take 100, right? 100 students. Yeah. And that's what the classroom can take, or that's what the system can take as at that time. Then we have 100 persons that have been admitted duly by virtue of their first choice of application into botany. Now, you are not having a spill from those that applied for the medicine, say 50 more to add to the 100 that the capacity is supposed to take. What happens to the extra 50? You see how the process is already getting squeezed and distorted.
Clogged,
Now, this will happen in not just botany, will happen in animal and environmental science, will happen in science lab tech, will happen in microbiology, will happen in biochemistry. How many of these SSCs can the system contain and take? You see the problem? So, but if you send them home, and if students know very well that if I don't perform, I don't get it, maybe we all would actually sit up and not hope to be compensated.
Okay, so you think that will encourage them to work harder?
That's one solution to
the
the
problem.
many problems.
I will actually hope that you are able to address the other solutions, because it's actually a very broad subject, and as we progress in this discourse, we'll be able to touch every single aspect of it. Now let me get back to you, Mr. Kingsley. What are the major challenges currently facing higher education or higher institutions?
I think for our country, the first major issue is corruption. And secondly, funding. You know why I say corruption, like you were trying to highlight just now. You know, even when you don't meet the minimum requirement to be admitted into maybe College of Medicine, if you have the resources or you have the connection, you can still get there.
Yes.
Connection.
Yes, and eventually the person may not have the competence to run that program effectively.
Wow.
And sometimes it's even worse when you now look at the presence of private universities. Someone who was rejected from a federal university, if he has the money, he can go with same result.
Irrespective of their mental
of his performance. He may just score an average of 50 or 50 something, thereabout, because those universities are geared towards profit making. They are not interested in just quality. They give you a minimum requirement, you have about 60 or less than that. Why University of Benin, you'll be talking about 80, 82 to enter school or College of Medicine.
So there are private
in
institutions.
some private schools.
There are private institutions that boast of quality education and of course quality output.
What's the yardstick to judge quality?
You see, sometimes we admit people even with a lower minimum requirement, and they excel eventually, they pull through.
Exactly.
But once we have set a bar, we should stick by the bar.
Okay.
Your cutoff mark is independent to the universities. The cutoff mark for University of Benin is not the same with Unilag or IFE. It's different. It's even worse off when you now come to private school. If someone is not competent to even be in pharmacy or lab science, is now giving medicine because he wants to study medicine and does not have the competence. Eventually, that person graduates and becomes a disaster. It's a major problem of his own, based on the issue of regulation. Then the issue of funding. And I was trying to Google, I've heard it severally, I just tried to Google to check the level of remuneration given to teaching profession, academics or lecturers. If you go to Google and try to find out what we earn compared to what other African countries earn, you pity this country. In fact, it's a disgrace. I sometimes won't use the word giant of Africa. It's a wrong terminology, because people as countries as small as Botswana, Ghana, Kenya are paying their lecturers better than Nigeria. And when you look at the resources we have, the manpower we have, now if you have a teaching staff or a professor or an associate prof taking a course, and he has myriads of problems at home that needs finance, how do you expect him to concentrate or do the needful? We should also shy for the fact that there's also corruption in the system, that you can bribe your way through school. And that happens because most of the times the resources available to the academians or to the teaching staff are very minimal, barely able to meet their basic needs.
So they don't have enough motivation?
No, enough. It was even recent, this year, it was recently that they signed a new agreement which took professors' money to close to $1 million. That's about 900 and something. A counselor with a primary school certificate, not even passed, is earning better than a professor. That's your peak of learning. That's your peak of attainment as far as a teaching profession is concerned. And someone who is a counselor, not even a local government chairman, not even a commissioner, earns more than you. Then how do they expect you to give your all? In fact, they were almost going for a major strike before this agreement was struck recently. That now took the money from about 500 and something maximum to about 9 something. I don't know how to put it. You can't place it. Then when you now check with the current economic hardship, it means a professor at the end of the whole year can barely put his resources together to get a bed junker. So you see now he can easily be induced, because when you make people to feel insufficient, they begin to fall to other vices. So I feel
which could also be corruption in the
yes, exactly. So there's corruption in the system. There's poor funding as far as remuneration is concerned. It's a strike. Most times you see strike. It's based on funding. The level of funding is bad.
We definitely will get to that part, because like I said, it's a very broad subject, and hopefully that particular part of the conversation will touch it as we progress in this conversation. Well, if you're just joining us, it is Flipside on Independence Television, and we're discussing the clarion call for reforms in the Ivory Tower. We shall be going on this break now. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
Yes, it's good to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independence Television, and we're taking a look at the clarion call for reforms in the Ivory Tower. Now, let's shift our focus to, a more important aspect of this conversation, which has to do with the university curriculum. Now, how relevant are current university curricula to today's job market? I'm directing that question to you, Favor.
I think the current curriculum is very irrelevant. It is not productive. And I'm not just saying it by virtue of speculation. I'm saying it by the standards of what we've seen. I'll posit an example for you. If you have any professional teacher as a friend, you can call him or her to ask these questions. Before, when you graduate as a teacher, and there's a professional exam you need to write. It's called the TROCN or so. And that's Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria. I'm not very sure. But the purpose of the exam is to say, not until you're able to pass that exam, you're not a professional teacher. You do not have a license to teach.
Okay.
Now, see the interesting part of the examination. Nobody fails the exam. Once you take the exam, you must pass. That's one.
So you are guaranteed to pass.
You must
So
pass.
what's now the essence of the examination?
Then two. Now,
for funding.
Let's take a look at the kind of questions you see in the exam. I'm not speculating.
Okay.
When did Nigeria become a republic?
Such basic questions.
Who was the first this of Nigeria?
The first Prime Minister of Nigeria.
What is the first university in Nigeria? How many universities do we have in? Now, you look at a system, an exam that is supposed to say, oh, let me assess this person, if this person can inculcate or influence decisions.
And if they are qualified.
If the exam is asking me when did Nigeria become a republic? No critical thinking, no creativity, no thought for what not and what not. Just questions of when, on what, not how, not reasoning. Come on. And I'm supposed to be a teacher that will go back and be able to psychologically assess and influence people. It doesn't work. So at what level?
Are you saying that the examination is rigged in favor of the,
it's just like he said, it's just a revenue generating. The thing is, education has been too commercialized. It's now more of business. And that's how you see when we were talking the other time about how spillage from another department will affect, because they just have to accept more students so they can generate more money or make more money. Which money, of course, is not even shown in the institution as by virtue of infrastructure.
Yes, I was actually coming to that because do you think it's wise to just dismiss the financial angle to this conversation?
But where is the money? If we see the money, have you gone to the hostel in this university that is close to us here?
So you're saying that the money is not reflected?
I'm not saying it. It is what it is.
Okay.
It's not what I'm saying. It is what it, have you gone to the hostel? Forget about what you see when you pass that highway, Lagos Road Highway, that light.
Yeah.
Have you gone inside the school? Have you gone to classes? Do you know where we took practical classes? Do you know the reagents that we used were outdated? So we're never reacting. We just assume numbers or figures of optical densities and just put it there. Do you know that sometimes when you're having your project done, you just go and you can lift a project work. If you can find a topic that is the same as yours, just pull it back and rebind it and submit it. The lecturer will still approve it for you. And if you want to form an oversabi student, in quote, you actually want to go and do research and bring you data and new information, you may end up not finishing that project with your mates. Because you are just giving the lecturer work to actually go and study. That's not what he knows. He already has a marking scheme. You are now challenging that marking scheme. How many lecturers can integrate AI to the field of studies they do now? I'm talking to a lecturer and I'm saying your data is exhausted and he's telling me what's data. That is where we are. So where does the curriculum come? You are using an old playbook for a system of today. It's never going to work. Have you not seen department where the questions they've been setting for the past 10 years have still been the same? These are questions that are supposed to assess people and make them who they supposedly want to become. For a problem of today, and the problem of, the problem that we consider today in this country, is it the same as the problem we were considering 5 years ago? Is it the same problem we were considering 10 years ago? The dynamics have changed. So why have we refused to change the curriculum? You know why? It's laziness. It has always been about, as far as I can eat, feed my family, we go to church on Sunday, back home on Monday, life goes on. Nobody should change this system. Nobody should challenge the system, because it's going to create work for those people who are supposed to be custodians of the system. That is where we are.
I'm actually glad that you mentioned the laziness part. And I would like you to respond to that, Mr. Kingsley. Do you think this can be attributed to laziness, or it boils down to the same corruption factor that you made mention of earlier?
It's both, my brother. It's both. You know, they say to whom much is given, much is expected. If you are giving little, you won't put much. Because you look at the output of what you get at the end of the day. Why trouble myself? So you just bring the same old question, give it to them, let them go and do it. Why stress yourself when you are not properly remunerated? That is where the bulk of the problem lies. You know, those are internal issues though. There are external issues. He's talking about AI, talking about innovations. First thing first, let's look at the government. Like I asked earlier, where's the power? I do a lot of work in the laboratory. Where's the power to power the machines? There are certain works that should be with power for 12 to 24 hours, non-stop. And when there's a break in, when there's an outage in power, that work is invalid. You have to start again. Who has that time and resources to invest? You know, in developed countries, outside power being steady, if a part of your utility is internet, you want to run an AI-driven institution. You want to run a tech-driven institution. And the students don't even have access to internet.
Just like
they don't have the gadgets to access the internet.
Made mention of a while ago.
Exactly. So it's a whole lot of problem, because if you're saying that we should go to the current trend of how things should be done, it means both the lecturers and the students must be properly equipped. You know, I told you I was in China last year. Yeah. I went with my laptop, but you know, I didn't have to use the laptop all through my 2-week stay. I left it in the place I was staying, because the desktop I had is more than 100 times richer than the laptop I came with.
So
it had everything.
It was more or less irrelevant.
It had all the software I needed. I didn't need any marker board. I didn't need any biro to jot anything. Everything is software. You can see them there. You program your stuff. You use these 3D machines. You see the results. It's tangible. It's not just head knowledge. And there's like 247 to even access your university or the place where we stayed. They use what called facial recognition. You don't have to have a gate man, like they just come. Once you put your face, it opens for you. He knows you are one of the persons within the campus. They've gone that far. We don't have those resources. We're talking about life. Look at Edo State. Recently, a few days ago, I heard that the Edo State House of Assembly gave is it 4 months ultimatum to BDC to improve power. There's no power. What are you running? Only a very few schools, like maybe Covenant, I know that they have maybe 247 power. And they are among the front runner. Go and check the ranking. They are always among the front runner universities in Nigeria, and they fall among the first 1,000 in the world, because they've inculcated certain things: internet facilities, power, constant power supply, which many of us in the regular schools don't have.
And these are basic necessities.
Yes, and for you to go to such schools, you need to have the financial muscles. And if you're saying all of us should not go to private school, how many of us can pay? It means that whatever the government is doing now is grossly inadequate. I know they are doing certain things. It's still not adequate to resolve the myriads of problem that is plaguing the Ivory Tower. It's too much. What we need is a overhaul, the curriculum overhaul. We are trying to make some changes. Like I said one time I was here, in introduction of skill acquisitions, entrepreneurship concept into the curriculum. But you see, there are lots of limitations. You know, I had a friend, I was in the program at the time, he's now in the US, program in Brazil. What they do, one of the things they do is that no school of that level of learning is not attached to an industry or a company. Your school must be attached. It's a symbiotic kind of relationship. Yeah. Whatever their problems are, like he was saying, you know, they have current problems. They're not looking at your old curriculum. Whatever their problems are, they share with the institution of higher learning, the places of research. We're having this challenge in making this waste into a viable product. They're not pumping money in that area, and people are not going to research. They probably will not have time to sleep, but because they know there's money, they have comfort, they have light, they have all the facilities, they will be there till they're able to resolve the problem of that company. The company eventually, when the problem is resolved, becomes a profit spinner for the company. But here, you see the school existing in isolation, industries in isolation. By the time you graduate students and you are sending them to the regular world or the industry, they look as complete strangers or people who have not been trained, because there's been this disconnect between the industries or the companies with the school of learning or the ivory tower, like we earlier called
Do
it.
you really think it's practically possible to create a synergy between the the industry and the academic system?
Very possible. By the time I heard University of Benin came up with the sickle cell remedy for sickle cell, well, I did that product into the light of day. They've done a lot of work on managing the diabetic patients, or to a very good extent. But you see, who is partnering? If I come up with a concept that can, take care of diabetic patients, where do I have the money to establish a standard, pharmaceutical company that can make those products, make them in commercial quantity? That's another problem. Although the government, to be fair to them, if you have some concept with the help of TED Fund, you can produce them, but you cannot mass produce. So they create another avenue for you to interface with industry. But that's not how it ought to be. It ought to be from day one.
Okay.
There's a partnership with the school and with the industry. Not at the end of your research or at the end of your innovation. No. They should be part of the problem solving.
Okay.
And when the result comes out, there should be a pattern of sharing, a sharing formula, both for those who were in the research lab and for those who were funding the research.
Okay.
At the time, Bill Gates voted about $1 billion for looking for vaccine for malaria. He doesn't have malaria problem in his country, but he committed resources to find the vaccine. If that comes out, he will be in charge of the profit or whatever. He will have the commercial right or the patent right, because he is the one that is funding the process. So a lot of funding is needed when it comes to School of Higher Learning. And we have not learned that, because if you check some countries, look at Britain, look at Japan, they don't have anything. They don't have resources. We have resources, but we lack brain.
Is it
what
that
they are selling
that
are the intellectuals.
What do we really lack? Is it the brain or the willpower to do the needful?
Okay, let me put it two ways.
Okay.
The brain is a part of it, but mainly the leadership. You see, if you understand when you say you have resources, it's not just the mineral resources alone. In fact, your best resources are your human resources.
Human resources, yeah.
And when the human resources that are best in your country are going to other countries for greener pasture, how will your country ever develop? Because they are poorly funded, they are poorly paid. If you're doing this your work now somewhere in another country in Europe, I bet you'll be money.
Word. All right, that was a very good one. Thank you very much, Mr. Kingsley. In case you're just joining us, it's Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at the clarion call for reforms in the ivory tower. Well, we shall be going on this break now. The program continues thereafter. Stay tuned. Alright, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and I'd like to direct this question to you, Sadzi. While he was analyzing the concept a while ago, he made mention of the fact that the system might need a complete overhaul. And of course, I'm sure to the average layman out there, that might mean a complete transformation, like destroying the current system and introducing a new one. Now, I would like you to throw more light on that.
I personally think, okay, talking about overhaul, it may not be to raise the buildings down and start another one.
Okay.
We are talking about system and curriculum overhaul.
Yeah.
It is not applicable. It is not applicable, and there's nothing we can do about it. It's that we are ready to change it and face the consequence, which would put everybody.
I remember you saying a while ago that it's outdated. What do you mean by that?
It's very outdated. Take for example, like I mentioned before, trying to bring questions of 2010, 2012, 2014 in 2026, where it does not even. Okay, now let's take for example. You know, recently in medicine or medical practice, there are a lot of things that have changed. At the point you see that the anti-malaria that was being used 5 years ago has been banned.
Okay.
Yeah. So imagine asking or assessing students based on the practice of or on the use of those kind of regimen
that have been banned.
That have been banned. But why do we see this happening in faculties of engineering, faculties of sciences, where the origin of these things are supposed to be? But that is just one out of many problems. Yeah. You could overhaul the system today, but I don't think it's just an overhaul problem. The overhaul that I think we should be considering here is the mindset. That mindset cuts across. It cuts across the school, it cuts across the students, it cuts across the parents, which are the foundational
and also
problem.
cuts across the curriculum
itself. That curriculum is just a product of
the mindset.
The mindset of the people. They thought and said, this is what we need, right? So if they sit down today again and say, this is what we also need, it's just going to be a result of the meeting that we'll hold. But not until they have decided, not until they have even agreed that there is a problem, we'll not go anywhere. Parents are the problem, and I can prove it.
All right, Mr. Kingsley, yeah, an overhaul of the system.
Okay, the word overhaul is okay. Look at it this way. In secondary school, most times it's when you are getting towards preparing for your WAEC exam that you enter the lab.
Yes.
You just one or two practicals, that is it.
Fractional distillation.
You see, yes. You see, for you to be a master, there must be a high level of repeatability of a particular concept. The more you do it, the better you become. And when someone, because of WAEC, is now doing titration, you see, he's not going to deliver because he's not a master of that concept. So somehow somebody will be aided so that he can go to the next level. At certain levels, there's a certain level of technical knowledge that you should have. And because of the cost of making those things available, that's when they are consumables. You know, the school and even government, they are reluctant. How do I put such money every year and things are used and discarded? But what you are creating is a mastery. And as people begin to go from level to level, somebody will come with a concept in that tutorial, that teaching or practical that will help minimize the costs of those consumables. But because they're not even exposed in the first instance, you see someone who has graduated from the Department of Computer Science is still yet to have access to computer. And we are still working with that same concept. And the first time they brought computer to my school, you know what they asked us to do? So we said, we have computer course. They took us to the computer room. They said, this is the on button. We pressed the on button. It came up. Then this is the off button, office. So don't press anything again. And we left. Is that the way to train a person? You see, until we change our pattern, we'll keep having the same problem. Look at the curriculum. You know, I did an exam, a PhD exam, admission exam some years ago. It was to do a program in Brazil. It was a scholarship program. You know, when they were telling me read for the program, I said, what is this? Is it not chemistry? What am I reading? There was no invigilator. There was no camera watching what I was doing. I was with my system and the question starts. I didn't see the regular chemistry questions. Things they were asking me were structures that have to do with vaccines that are very recent, to identify certain things inside those structures. It was really something I needed to have been inside to be answering. I got to a point and I was not making much progress. I was in the room when I was doing the exam, and I came to the dining room. I told my, please give me food. I'm in trouble, I'm tired. The time was already running.
Because the entire thing was totally alien to you.
It was alien, it was tough. No examiner.
I'm happy.
It's purely reasoning.
Wow.
And if you don't understand the concept, the answer is buried inside the puzzle.
So you have to know it. You have
to understand it. It's not just having head knowledge.
I think
to navigate your way.
And
all they were doing was not the old version chemistry. They were looking at chemistry as in the so-called, when you have a like you say, let me see what dogoyaro now. Yeah. It has what called quinine, for instance, and that quinine is what you use to make what chloroquine. Yeah. Okay. They'll be looking at the chloroquine as a synthetic drug, and you'll be identifying certain things in the structure, because when you have the natural product, if you want to mass produce, you have to have a template of the natural product to make a synthetic product. Yeah. So you now have to understand that structure very well before you can even talk about the production. So it was dealing with current issues. And like he said, we have curriculums that have stood for decades.
And
they have remained.
Have become obsolete.
They've become like Methuselah. They need to be adjusted. Okay. Maybe not everything, but half of the curriculum should be discarded. Things that relate with current trend. You are dealing with current issues.
So they should be updated.
They should be updated to meet current demands.
Realities, okay.
Yes, current realities. It's not the one we have been doing as it were in the beginning. We are not God Alpha and Omega that does not change. We change. We are humans.
Changeable changer.
So we are supposed to change, and that is the dynamic of life. Because prior to this time, we never knew that there could be solar panels. But from the inception of life, God has always known that, because the plant makes their food from sunlight. They trap the light from the sun, with the help of the chlorophyll there, with special purifying, and they make their food. It's not that man is observing and discovering it, and now using it to generate light for himself. So life is that dynamic. It's not static, because God that made us, we are yet to get to 100 of the intelligence that he has imputed in man. And that's why we must always be dynamic with our curriculum, with our behavior, looking at current trend. What is the best approach to this matter? What is the best approach to this matter? So I'm not talking about just bringing everything down. No. What can be discarded? Okay. Like I said, if you are in secondary school, they should not give you unnecessary numbers of subjects, 20 subjects, French, history, Yoruba, Hausa.
More than your brain can carry.
You don't need them.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kingsley. Now, let's talk about corruption within the ranks of the academia. SADSE. I can see you smiling and nodding your head like you have a whole lot to say. So let's get out with it.
Corruption. Is there any place in the public sector where there is no corruption?
Thank you.
Corruption is the system.
It's not in the system, but the system itself.
It's the system. So the school or the ivory tower is just one part of the public sector that happens to
be suffering the
same corruption. Is it the law enforcement? Is it the civil service? The civil service is not civil. So I don't even think we should bother ourselves talking about corruption, because when the system is good, it will be reduced to the barest minimum. I said it, yes, the barest minimum. I said it here one time that how do you explain parents trying to lobby their way into school for their children? So if the opportunities are not there for corruption cannot thrive. Go and check your house. If you raise your chair, you must see dust. No matter how much you think you clean your house every day, the day you raise that chair, you must see dust. But what about the center? It's always clean, right? Yeah. Because broom, they reach there, so to speak, or you get to clean those areas. You see those areas that are not cleaned, they will always get dusty. So we have a responsibility to always go around and check those places. But when there are not tools, or the system does not favor those kind of checks, the dust will always remain there. And so whenever you put your hand there, whatever comes out will always be what? Dust. But be that as it may, it is what has come to be. But what is the way forward?
Just before we get to the way forward, and please, I need you to hold that thought, because that's exactly where I want this conversation to move next, okay? What is the way forward? Because it's easy to sit back and analyze all the problems, but we should be more concerned about the way forward, the solution to all of these problems. But that will be right after this break. Please stay tuned.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
All right, welcome back. This is the final lap of Flipside for today, and of course I still have my amazing and erudite gentlemen right here in the building with me. And I need us to talk about the way forward. You were actually going there before we went on that break, Favor. So tell me, what do you think is the way forward as we begin to wrap up now?
Yeah, I think mindset shifts, a very big mindset shift, will go a long way. I think the political willingness would also go a long way. And I think a lot should be done in the homes. I also think that parents should not over push their children. In that, for example, like I mentioned earlier, there's no point taking a child who is 1 year, 6 months old to any school. There's nothing to learn.
Too young?
Too young to learn. That child, the only learning that child needs as at that time is to be with the parent, how to eat, sleep, and play. And I also think that our religious institutions do also have a lot of roles to play. They can also help. Then lastly, I don't want to point fingers at the government. I don't want to point fingers at infrastructures that are not there, because we know very well how the young people of nowadays have navigated and have become what they've become. And that's why you notice that even when we leave the shores of this country, we excel to a very great extent. Then also, how do you explain the fact that a graduate of Christian religious knowledge or a graduate of international studies and diplomacy will still go to a bank and still get a job and still do his or her job, having not been trained as an accountant, an economist, or a banking and finance student? They still get trained, right? So that means it is not even a problem of what is being taught. It means anybody that is willing can do any job, at least at that level. So we have a lot to do. I think, like I said, it is a serious responsibility on us to shift our mindset.
It begins with our mindset. I guess that's what you're saying in essence. Now, Mr. Kingsley, I guess one of the major problems, or one of the major clogs in the wheels of progress, is the incessant strike. So what do you think is the solution to these incessant strikes in the Ivory Tower?
Well, for me to stop strike, let the school be properly funded infrastructure-wise, let the workers be properly paid the right wage. The minimum wage is signed of recent is no longer minimum. It has outlived its usefulness with what we are seeing now has outlived its usefulness. Then second, I want to chip a few things into what he said. People should be held accountable for their actions. You see, we have a body that actually funds most of our work, research work and training. If TED Fund sends you for a training, you must retire it. You know, you can still steal. Like you said, I said it here once. I don't believe that as it stands now, there's any will to stop corruption in Nigeria. What we can do is to manage it. So if I give you a contract based on familiarity, I should ensure you do it, even if it's substandard. The idea of you taking money, I've seen that money is taken and nothing is done and nothing happens.
Impunity.
As long as people are not held accountable for their actions, we'll remain where we are. People should be punished when necessary. Even if the punishment is mild, there should be punishment.
To serve as a deterrent.
Yes, the idea of just letting them off the hook because of their status, as long as that remains, it sends a bad signal to the upcoming generation that nothing can happen. Just if you know your way, you can find your way out. Nothing will happen. It's not true. Even the President of America is still held accountable to a large extent.
In Nigeria, it's true.
No matter how highly placed he is, he's not entirely free. He is answerable to the people.
To the people, yeah.
So we must come to that level of understanding. Okay, look at it. They've removed subsidy. All this while. Do you know that they now pay more than 1.6 to 1.7 trillion? I mean, they share or disburse to the 3 tiers of government every month, as against 600 and something, 700 billion they were sharing. It means they are sharing twice more than what they were doing before.
Where is it?
And let me let you know this: every governor, local government chairman are getting twice what they've got before.
All right.
And yet we are still where we are. Somebody is not doing something. Somebody is having money in his custody, is not doing anything about it, and is not held accountable. He's allowed to go scot-free.
So there has to be a culture of accountability.
Exactly. That's one of the way we can move forward in this country.
All
if you're not going to give me the best, don't give me a zero response. I've given you investment. You must show me a value for my investment.
After all, to whom much is given, much is expected.
Sir.
All right, thank you so very much, gentlemen. It's been an amazing conversation with you. We've actually been taking a look at the clarion call for reforms in the Ivory Tower. Well, I guess you've heard from the horse's mouth. They've actually said a whole lot, and I'm actually hoping that the people at the helm of affairs do the needful, and I'm hoping that they've been taking notes, just so that when it's time to do the needful, they are able to put square pegs in square holes. Well, it's been Flipside on Independent Television, and I want to say a very big thank you to my guest once again for doing me the honor of being on the show with me. Let's do this again some other time. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, my name is Harry Aigboje, and I'm saying Until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on the program Woman to Woman. I'm Adesu Walsawage, and today on Woman to Woman, the topic is going to be like this: my marriage counselor and I, your marriage counselor and you. Most women don't like to visit marriage counselors. You know, there are times all you need is just some prep talk to make your marriage work. Sometimes all you need is some spices to add into your marriage, and your marriage will work. It is not every marriage, no matter how bad it is, that ends up in divorce. There are times a little bit of contact with your counselor makes a difference. It could just be something small. And when you are able to click that something small, you'll be happy. So join me as I make welcome our counselor today. She's Councillor Sharon Ekele. She is of the Uniben Counseling Center here in Benin City.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
for joining us on the program.
Thank you.
And I tell you for free, she is open for you to come and talk to her anytime, because we want women to get out of that their shell. Nobody is going to laugh at you that your marriage is not working. And of course it will get to a point where even your counselor will say, take a walk.
Exactly.
Take a walk. You cannot remain in that marriage. And taking a walk out of marriage does not make you less a woman. It simply means you're keeping your mental health intact and you're saving your life. Do a research and see the number of women who have died as a result of domestic violence. Do you want to be added to that list? No, I don't want to be added to that list. So we have our counselor here, and we're just gonna talk generally, and after now we'll start talking specific as far as marriage is concerned. It's gonna be like how do they call it now? Like a series, you know, like our home videos, part 1, part 2, part 3, like that. But we'll take it to a part where it will not be so boring, okay? You'll be very happy, and it will be something you want to look forward to. Oh, where's Councillor Sharon? Where's this one? When is she bringing her again? So, Councillor Sharon, now that we've established why we are here this afternoon, let me quickly ask you this question. You know that couples fight, and then when you ask why they are fighting, even the couples themselves don't know why they are fighting. It can happen in this home. That's why I'm using the word couples. It can happen in this home A. Same thing will happen in home B. Same thing will happen in home C. So let me put the question a little bit straightforward. What is the number one issue couples think they are fighting about, but it's actually something else? You laugh. It's a tricky question.
Yeah,
what is the number one issue that couples fight about? Meanwhile, it is actually something else they are fighting about. Oh yeah, Councillor.
Okay, like you said, couples have their differences, issues, can be couple A, couple B, couple C, and sometimes it differs, or sometimes it can be the same challenges, but still in the same form and all that. But one thing people tend to don't really digest first and foremost is, what is the original meaning of marriage? Why did I get married? Did I get married because people want to? Did I get married because people are telling me to do it, or I just want to, oh, age is not by my side anymore, or I just want to make a statement, I want to tell this person that if you two can get married, I will get married, and all that? Or am I getting married because I've gotten my self-actualization, self-realization, and I know why I am there?
Okay.
Am I getting married because I need a nanny, a cook, or a cleaner? So by the time we cannot really define why am I getting married, you see all these whatever there is there, but we cannot pinpoint why are we doing this.
Yes.
So like, what is the actual thing, whatever? Emotional disconnection. And this emotional disconnection comes in trickish way, like, need to see, I bought this glass table. You are not even noticing that the table has changed. So I don't understand. Are you the first woman to buy a glass table that so what is the woman trying to tell you? Is notice me, value me.
That's just all.
Yes.
Why can't a woman just come out to say, Oga, validate me, value me? Not, you know?
Yeah, because some persons, they don't know, they can't really tell how to pass their message to the other partner, because they don't know how the partner is going to react.
Okay.
So it can just be, my stomach is paining me. So don't you know the way to the hospital?
That one too. That can be very disheartening.
So I want the lady just trying to just care for me. There is a story of a lady that her marriage wanted to collapse. What was it? Because growing up, when she's sick, her dad will not go to work. We care for her. So when she got married, she was sick.
She was looking for her daddy and her husband.
Yes. So and the man, okay, take care of yourself. I'm going to work. We're like, I don't understand. I'm sick. You are going to work.
Wow.
I'm not getting married again. It's not supposed to be that way. So these are these little things, but everything ties to emotional disconnection.
So what's your ideal healthy argument or healthy quarrel in a marriage? Because definitely couple will argue, they will quarrel. So how do you explain healthy arguments?
Healthy argument has to do with respect. You respect my view, my opinion, then allow the other person talk. So let me hear my feelings, my mind. Then, okay, what do you have to say to that? You say yours. Then understand the feeling of that person, not at the end of the day, like, please excuse me, you always love throwing tantrums as if you are a baby and all that. So by the time, the major key point is when you begin to understand yourselves. Like I tell people, you find out that marriage is like home video.
Okay.
Once understanding is just there. So maybe I come to you, I'm like, I didn't really like the way you just walked out on me. I'm like, okay, come now. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, let's come and talk. And then you find out that the atmosphere, before everything, you go back, I said nothing happened before. Everything will just change at once.
I was discussing with somebody and I said, that woman you're talking to just now, is she your wife? He said, no. I'm going to talk to my wife like that. I said, who is she? It was like, as if you don't know her, this way, as if you don't know. I said, so, see the way you're talking to somebody who is not your wife. So will you talk to your wife like that? And I say, marriage of how many years? I will not be petting my wife. I felt so bad. So how do we get men to understand the fact that whether marriage is 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, a woman is a woman, whether she's 18 or 80, she needs some level of validation. She wants to dress up and hear you say, you look good, you look fine. How do we get men to that point and take them away from that myopic? Some men do, not every man, but most men. How do we take their minds away from that? We have been married for so long. What do you need validation for? If I don't love you, why are we still together? Exactly. Why are you not saying it? Why are you not acting it? You know? Yeah. Is it a woman who should bring the man to that point, or the man is supposed to just know?
Regarding this aspect, it all has to do with healing emotionally. What is this man's story? Where is he coming from? So if I'm from a home where women are not valued, women are seen as trash, as nothing, women are seen that, okay, give me your bill, what is okay, take, go and do what you want to do. And like you use the word that you should know, for us to be 20 years in marriage, so should I tell you every morning I love you? You should know I still love you for me to be with you. But if that mindset is not changed, if we don't start having, if these men cannot just start having this mindset that my wife is like my daughter, my sister, my baby, I will have to treat her with utmost care, attention and all that. It can never change. So it's just, all I say, few men that really key into that and see the value of why I should always hang around my wife, appreciate my wife. So you just have to do it on learning what they've learned.
And do you know that the few men who even do all of that are being mocked by their fellow men?
Yes, they call them woman rapper.
You see them?
They mock them. They tell them that I can't stoop so low. Why? Because the society have so programmed some men to make them think, oh, you are the man, you are on top. By the time you start doing this, the woman will start seeing you as a nobody. But it's not so. Like I tell some persons, have you tried ever like being part of your wife's world? Just be part of her world, then see the difference. Like me, I like using myself as an example. You don't tell me if my mother like, hey Sharon, come here, I have to talk. Well, like, then you know, so I'm not like, Mr. Kelly, I told you if you want to communicate with me, this is the way you see.
Okay.
So, when he started, when he started trying it the other way around, he started seeing results. How
sweet
how sweet it was and all that and everything. Than to like, hey, I'm the man. You should the head. When I'm talking, you listen, you whatever and all that. So if some men can just let down their pride and ego also, it will still go a long way. To make these women feel accepted and loved.
So at what point should the woman recognize that the friction, the problems, the fights, the quarrels and all of that, the very not so palatable attitude, if I may use that word, of the man is actually not a normal marriage stress but a red flag?
Yeah, when you there's disrespect, not once, not twice. You are being talked down on. You are being belittled. The man sees you as you don't have any value or worth to him. Like what they always see, the word most men use. What do you bring to the table? So please excuse me. What
I am the table.
I
am the table.
So what do you have to offer? And when people are talking you to, you want to still talk. And when they make you feel worthless, like a nobody. Then when there are continuous physical abuses in the home, so verbal abuses, physical abuse, financial abuse, religious abuse, cyber abuse, when all these abuses are always reoccurring in your marriage or in a relationship in a home, those are already red flags already.
But unfortunately, most women don't see that red flag until they are either maimed or maybe the man will just unalive them. Even then, they will not even know that, oh, because dead men don't talk. So some women will know. They will see all of this. They will see all these abuses you have talked about, even up to physical abuse, but they will still not leave. They will not look for the services of a counselor. And then we have this set of family members that we think, that we believe, that we put into your head that, look, this thing you're about to do is wrong. You cannot leave your marriage. Once you are married, you are married. There's no space for you in the family house again. You know that kind of a talk. It brings the woman down. So what should a woman do in this kind of situation?
Yeah, in this kind of situation is for the woman. Like I tell everyone, I think everything should start from in the beginning of a woman's life. Build yourself. Have your self-worth. Have your self-identity. Know whom you are. By the time you know your worth, you know what you are made of. Once you see all these red flags, abuses, you give yourself a break. But unfortunately, a lot of women are not emotionally and psychologically healed. So like in the last program we did, I talked about someone not being loved, and there's an abuser telling me, I love you. and the abuser is giving me all that I need and nobody ever gave me. So they will always want to stick around. Then some persons are from home that they think marriage is just the escape route. They will tell you that this my husband then is better than where I am coming from. So let me just remain here. I can't go back to where I am coming from.
Even with the abuse.
Yes, with the abuse. They want to remain there. So it's not the fault of a lot of women. Like I say, the beginning most times is always faulty. So that is why you find them, they stick in the abuse, they remain there until their final days. Either they are being admitted in a mental asylum or they are in 6 feet below at the end of the day.
Okay, it is often said that an apple does not fall far from the tree. Suffice to say that this man in the lives of my gender must have copied this character, like you said, where they are coming from. So how do we now begin to raise men? Okay, these men have already been raised. There's nothing anybody can do about that. Now, how do we begin to raise men with empathy? Men that will be there for their women. Men that would not say, what do you want? Money, take money and go, you know. Men that we care, like you said, that we live the life of their wives. How do we begin to raise such boys? Because even as of today, some women are raising such men.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you will not allow your son to do domestic chores. You will not allow your son to do anything you believe is a woman's job. That is the beginning of this era. So how do we change the narrative?
It's not even allowing the boys even doing domestic work. Some will even put it into their sons that you are the man, so you are to dominate, you are to rule. Like, can't you see the way your father is doing it? That is how you that's how it's supposed to be. Yeah, how do we do that? Is as a mother, a sister, aunt, whatever relationship, female relationship you bear in the life of that male child, is just from the beginning. Start saying it into it, practice it. If he has sisters, cousin sisters, that all of them are the same age group, let them know that, oh, even though he's the junior, and those ones are even older, let them know that as a man, it's your right to protect a woman. It's your right to love a woman. It's your right to cherish a woman. So let them know that it's also your right to always fight for a woman. Oh, let's go to the household jobs. It's not meant for just one party. You and your sisters can do the job together.
All right,
so
Sharon, let's take a very short break here. When we come back, you'll continue with this very interesting discussion on how to raise men who will love their women for who they are. We'll take that break now. Woman to Woman on ITV, and I am with Councillor Sharon Ekelen. All right, Sharon, you were telling us something. Go ahead, please.
So, as I was saying, let them know you do this job together, you teamwork, collaboration, mix up with the female folks. So by the time you start building that inside the male child, let him understand all this, that, oh, you don't shout at a woman, there's a way you talk, you deliberate your issues, talk with love, with respect. Always respect a woman. When he grows up with that mindset, that belief in his head, you find out that it will be difficult for somebody to come and unlearn it. So it's not only just say, he's saying it. You see the way daddy is treating mommy. He goes to an uncle's house, you see the way uncle
Sorry, they make me laugh.
Uncle is also treating and his wife, or
Properly.
maybe yes, and your baby has an elder brother or whatever, is still seeing the same thing. So we know that this is the norm. So when he grows up, he's in the society, he
will not depart from it.
He will not, like when he see what he told him, this is the right way. So why is it?
But a situation where father, mother are preaching something different to the child and they are acting different, I don't know the kind of confusion they want to cause in that child's mind. You're telling the child, love your sister, you gotta be nice, you gotta do this and all of that, and behind the scene the man is either battering the wife or the wife is battering the husband, because we have female batterers too.
Yeah.
So it's either they are harming themselves and all of that, and then you come out to tell your son, do what I say, not what I do. It's kind of one kind to me.
Yeah, issues like that, their home starts way. So let's take the female as the victim, for example, that is going through the abuse and all that. So she has a reason why she's taking in the abuse. Some will tell you because of my children. They are still tender and all that. When she is faced with such an abuse, she can sit the children down and make them understand this is not the norm. If daddy is doing this, it's not the right thing daddy is doing. So like you say, female batterers and all that, the same way daddy unlearn it for the children.
Okay, let me ask you this last question before we go, and I need an answer in just 30 seconds or thereabout. Now, at what point should a woman seek help, either from a counselor, from a pastor, or anybody who can talk right to her? At what point should a woman do that?
Immediately you find out that your mental health is not becoming affected. You cannot reason anymore. So cry out. So some persons will tell you, is it not just verbal abuse? Everybody takes abuses in different form and different ways. So cry out immediately. Speak to the right person. Seek the right counsel. Because it's not just anybody just cry out.
Some can even add fuel to your wahala.
So cry out to the right person. And if maybe is a professional, the professional definitely invites the other party involved, probe, and know what the issues really are. So there's a case that I'm currently handling. They're not married yet, but the flags are already there.
So what you're saying is that the moment a woman starts to feel very uncomfortable, choked, and of course not liked, she should cry out.
Yes, she cry out.
All right, that's what we're going to take out of this show today. The moment you as a woman, you're beginning to feel the heat, because like they say, if you can't stand the heat, don't stay in the kitchen. So when you notice that you cannot stand the heat, you need to cry out to either save your marriage or your mental health or your whole being as a human being. Thank you so much, Councillor Sharon, for finding time to be with us on this show. This is just the part one. We are just starting. We have more to go. And when we call you, I hope you will avail us.
Definitely, I'll be
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank
All right,
you.
people. This is it on the show. We'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello, welcome. This is Business 360 right here on ITV. I am Anuoluwakmo Stevens here to take you through a couple of interesting business roundup stories for this week. Now let's kickstart with the headlines that we have. Power sector debt, Tinubu approved 3.3 trillion naira settlement plan. Nigerian box office records highest quarter-one admission rate in 6 years. OPEC Plus plans 206,000 BPD output increase for May amid war disruption. Now let's kickstart and get into the details. We start off with the power sector debt as we hear a bit of cheery news for some Nigerians, while others have actually scrutinized this information and say that this is actually pretty much incorrect. But whatever the case may be, let's get into it. So President Bola Tinubu has approved a 3.3 trillion naira payment plan to settle long-standing debts in Nigeria's power sector under the Presidential Power Sector Financial Reforms Program. Now, the approval was disclosed in a statement signed by the President's spokesperson, Bayo Onanuga, on Sunday. So the move follows a final review of legacy debts that have plagued the sector for over a decade and is expected to stabilize electricity generation and improve service delivery. So the debts, which accumulated between February 2015 and March 2025, were verified before arriving at the agreed settlement figure. Now, the statement stated that the implementation has already commenced with several stakeholders in the power sector value chain beginning to receive payment. So what is the presidency really saying about this? Now, to let you know that the federal government says the initiative is aimed at restoring confidence in the power sector while ensuring improved electricity supply for Nigerians. So officials noted that the program goes beyond debt settlement and is part of a broader reforms to strengthen the industry. Now, this program is not just about settling legacy debts, it is about restoring confidence across the power sector, ensuring gas suppliers are paid, power plants can keep running, and the system begins to work more reliably. Now, this is according to Olu Orowolo, the special advisor to the president on energy. So he also went ahead to say that it is part of a broader set of reforms already underway, including better metering and service-based tariffs that link what you pay to the quality of the electricity that you get to receive. So the government is also prioritizing power supply to businesses, industries and small enterprises because reliable electricity is critical to creating jobs, supporting livelihood, and of course, growing the economy. The goal is simple: more reliable power for homes, stronger support for businesses, and a system that works better for rural Nigerians. She also added that the reforms are designed to ensure long-term sustainability and efficiency in the power sector. Now, more insight on this story. The settlement covers the debt accumulated for over 10-year period and is being implemented in phases to ensure transparency and accountability. The government has already taken steps to mobilize funds and begin disbursement to affected stakeholders. So a total of 3.3 trillion naira has been agreed as the full and final settlement of the verified legacy debts, and about 15 power plants have signed settlement agreements valued at 2.3 trillion naira. And also the federal government has raised 501 billion naira to fund the payment. Now, out of this amount, 223 billion naira has already been disbursed, with further payment ongoing. So authorities say that the inflow of funds into the power value chain will improve generation capacity and enhance electricity reliability across the country. Now, the debt crisis in Nigeria's power sector has significantly affected the operations of generation companies, leading to shutdowns and reduced output. So the new settlement plan comes amid a broader effort to address liquidity challenges in the industry. So Nigeria's gencos are currently grappling with a 6.8 trillion naira debt burden, affecting their ability to maintain infrastructure and secure gas supplies. For instance, in October 2025, the federal government concluded frameworks for a 4 trillion naira government-backed bond to settle arrears owed to gencos and gas suppliers. Now, the proposed bond insurance raised concerns over a debt-for-debt strategy among stakeholders in the sector. Now, gencos have also rejected claims that a 2.8 trillion naira represent a final settlement, describing such report as misleading. So, okay, this is where we are as regards the electricity, or should I say the power crisis situation in the country. Now, let's hope that this settlement plan would even see the light of the day, because there's so many conversations surrounding the power sector in Nigeria, from the inability to get adequate power supply for a day down to monies being owed to gencos and to the discos. It would even shock you that even the big guys, the ministries, the departments and agencies, the government house, are also owing monies to all of these bodies, and it's a sad one. But fingers crossed that things would eventually get better, because that's all we have at this point. So away from there, let's look at another part of the economy. Well, this time around, we'll take a critical look at the Nigerian box office. We hear a bit of cherry news from that angle, as it says that the Nigerian box office records highest in the first quarter admission rates in 6 years. So Nigeria's cinema industry recorded its strongest first quarter admissions in 6 years, with total ticket sales rising to 752,136 in the first quarter of the year 2026. Now, this is signaling a sustained recovery in theatrical demand and a growing dominance of Nollywood productions at the local box office. So according to data from the Nigerian box office on Sunday, April 5th, 2026, the performance represents a notable increase compared to 661,720 admissions recorded in the first quarter of the year 2025, and marks a clear rebound from the softer numbers seen in the preceding years. Now, what really are they saying? So, industry data shows that admissions had dipped to 597,061 figure in 2024 and 477,000 in 2023, reflecting a period of volatility for cinema operators still adjusting to post-pandemic realities, currency pressures, and shifting consumer habits. So the latest figures highlight a turning point for the Nigerian box office, driven largely by strong theatrical runs of local titles such as Behind the Scene and Oversabi Auntie, both of which have delivered standout performances and drew significant audience turnout across major cinema circuits. So Nollywood productions accounted for over 553,000 admissions in the first quarter of the year 2026, representing 73.5% of the total ticket sales during the period. So this marks the industry's highest first quarter admissions since 2021, when Nollywood recorded approximately 587,700 admissions under unique market conditions shaped by limited Hollywood releases during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, a breakdown of historical trends further contextualizes the current growth trajectory in the first quarter of the year 2021 and 2022. Admissions stood at 709,803 and 709,979 respectively, before declining sharply in 2023 and 2024. So the recovery began in 2025 and now has accelerated in this year, 2026, positioning the industry on a firmer growth path. More insights on this Cherry News. So it was actually reported that Toyin Abraham's Obasebi Aunty crossed the 1 billion naira mark at the Nigerian box office, reinforcing her status as one of the industry's strongest and most bankable creative figures. And Funke Akindele is behind the scene, now on Netflix, raked an estimated 2.7 billion naira since its release. Now, looking ahead for Nigeria's cinema industry, it is projected to cross the 20 billion naira gross box office mark by the end of this year, 2026. But however, the growth path is expected to be defined less by rapid physical expansion and more by improved monetization, pricing power, and disciplined release strategies, according to data compiled by the West Africa Box Office Year Book 2025. So the report explained that audience growth is forecast to remain modest. Overall cinema admissions are projected to rise from 2.6 million in 2023 to 2.95 million in 2026, reflecting stabilizing consumer behavior amid persistent inflationary pressures. Now, despite slower growth in admissions, box office revenue is expected to expand at a much faster pace, because gross box office revenue rose from 7.36 billion naira in 2023 to 11.58 billion naira in 2024, before jumping 28% to 15.64 billion naira in 2025. It's a bit of Cherry News coming right now from the box office, and I honestly feel that everything and the only thing the entertainment industry needs in Nigeria at this point is a great support from the federal government, because there are those who say that entertainment is now, interestingly, the new oil money. And just to imagine what is coming out from that place, from the Nigerian box office, without little or no support from the federal government, and we're seeing all of this happen, I honestly believe that if we have that great support, by the end or before the end of the year 2026, we are going to pass that benchmark of 20 billion naira for this year. And another beautiful thing to talk about is also the powerhouse involved in this, likes of Funke Akindele, Toyin Abraham, and a host of others, as interestingly now in the Nigerian box office, the women, the female folks are the one topping the charts, and it begs the question of where are the men? Well, we'll find out shortly. Away from that, we'll quickly take a short break, and when we return, we move over to the final laps of this conversation. Please stay with us. Welcome back. If you're just joining, you're on to Business 360 with me and Oluwapo Stevens, and we are talking everything business. Now, this time around, we turn our attention over to OPEX Plus, and we see how their new initiatives they're trying to gear up for May 2026 would impact the economy and the petroleum sector, more or less the energy sector in the world, and also we'll see how it also gets to affect us here in Nigeria with the ongoing crisis in the Middle East. As it says that OPEC Plus is set to raise its oil production quota by 206,000 barrels per day for May 2026. This is according to sources who spoke to Reuters ahead of the group's meeting. Now, however, the planned increase is expected to have a limited real impact, as ongoing geopolitical tensions, particularly the U.S. and Israeli conflict with Iran, continues to disrupt supply across key producing nations. So the crisis has significantly constrained output from major Gulf producers, raising concerns about the effectiveness of OPEC Plus supply adjustments and stabilizing global oil markets. Now, what really is this report saying? So according to sources, it was actually talked about that 8 core OPEC Plus members have agreed in principle to implement the same production increase approved for April. However, the ongoing conflict has severely disrupted operations. Now, the Strait of Hormuz, a critical global oil transit route, has remained largely shut since late February. Key producers such as Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait, and the UAE have seen exports constrained. Russia's output remains limited due to Western sanctions and war-related infrastructure damage. Now, despite reports of limited transit activities, uncertainty remains over how quickly supply routes and production capacity can normalize. So according to a particular source, I did note that even if the conflict ends immediately, it could take months to restore full production levels due to infrastructure damage across the region. Now, the development comes amid what analysts describe as one of the largest oil supply disruptions in modern history, with an estimated 12 to 5 million barrels per day, about 15% of global supply affected. Now let's get up to speed, as OPEC Plus has been gradually underwinding production costs since 2025 to regain market share, raising quotas by 2.9 million barrels per day between April and December 2025 before pausing increases in early 2026. So back here in Nigeria, the situation presents a mixed outlook. Now let's look into it. As it says, rising oil prices could boost government revenues. However, declining domestic production limits the country's ability to benefit. According to latest data showing, it says that Nigeria's crude output fell to 1.31 million barrels per day in February 2026, down from 1.45 million barrels per day in January 2026. So persistent issues such as oil theft, pipeline vandalism, and infrastructure gaps continues to weigh on production. Analysts estimate that every 100,000 barrel per day shortfall could result in billions of naira in lost monthly revenue. So this production gap continues to weaken fiscal buffers and intensify pressure on Nigeria's foreign exchange markets, while OPEC Plus planned output increase signals an intent to stabilize markets. So the ongoing supply disruptions mean the policy may exist largely on paper in the short term. Now, according to an earlier report, that OPEC Plus had decided to pause its planned oil supply increases through the first quarter of 2026. OPEC Plus brings together the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and key allies, including Russia, and collectively controls a large share of global oil supply, given its decisions significant influence over oil prices. And Nigeria has struggled in recent years to meet OPEC production quota due to oil theft, pipeline vandalism, and underinvestment, limiting its ability to fully benefit even when output caps are raised. So government projections for this year, the year 2026, include an oil production benchmark of 2.6 million barrel per day and a price benchmark of $64 per barrel. Okay, so we are still facing the impact of the ongoing Middle East crisis, and it seems OPEC Plus is trying to see how they can increase output for the month of May 2026 amid all of this that is going on. But it's also quite worthy to note that analysts have also projected that even if the war has been called off today, even if it stops immediately, it's going to take a while for everything to return back to normal, because this particular one is really quite unique and perhaps it hasn't happened in a long time in the history of the different crises that we've experienced so far in the world. Well, we can only just stay cool and stay calm. Now, bringing it back here to Nigeria, where we see Dangote Refinery trying to ensure that we have a lot of output, we have a lot of supply. So whilst we are facing hike in price of fuel, we do not also get to experience a bit of scarcity as regards to that region, and it's quite beautiful to note and see. So we only hope that eventually stops pretty soon so that things can return back to normal. Well, we get to leave Business 360 here, always an unending conversation. We'll do this again on the next episode. Thank you so much for being part of the show. I am Anuluwapo Stevens. See you next week.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.